Hi everyone, this is Kevin Magnussen. Welcome to the new Racing Unleashed Esports series. And congratulations to all of you who have made it to this stage of the championship. You can expect close, competitive racing. But this is also your chance to showcase your talent and take the next step in your sim racing journey. Race fair, stay focused and enjoy it. Good luck and see you on track.
Racing is more than just driving fast. It's pushing the boundaries, feeling the adrenaline, and rewriting what's possible. Let's shape the future of motorsports together.
This is the RU Esports Series, a new era of sim racing, built for the world's fastest drivers, competed live and broadcast globally. With one of the largest prize pools in sim racing, RU Esports rewards performance at the highest level, across every race and across the entire season. The RU Esports Series is built on a clear competitive ecosystem. RU3 is the global entry point, open to anyone ready to compete. RU2 is the development tier, where rising talent proves they belong. RU1 is the flagship championship, the pinnacle of Racing Unleashed competition. Performance decides everything. Promotion and relegation ensure the best drivers rise, and every position must be earned. Unlike traditional online competitions, RU Esports is competed live, in person, at Racing Unleashed lounges around the world. Every driver races on identical simulators, under broadcast conditions, in a true professional esports environment. Each event is delivered with broadcast-level production, live timing, telemetry, and global streaming, bringing elite sim racing to fans everywhere. This is the pathway to the top of sim racing. This is the RU Esports Series.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Racing Unleashed Esports Series for another fantastic day of racing that we have got ahead of us. We are headed to three circuits across 4 races in all of RU3, RU2, and then of course the peak, the climax, RU1. My name is Dan Field, and today for the first time I'm being joined by Nathan. Nathan, how are you doing today?
I am very, thank you, Dan. Perfect to be here, to be here for the RU Esports Series, of course. Good morning to everybody in the chat. Good evening, and then, of course, good morning to all the drivers that are getting themselves pumped up, ready for today's long day of racing here in the RU Esports Series, and I can't wait to get here because it seems we've got a very, very busy day, Dan. Lots of drivers, lots of racing, lots of chaos.
Oh, absolutely. It is going to be incredible from start to finish. And of course, we're starting off today with RU3. We're headed to 2 circuits for 2 shorter races. Here it is. As you can see, we have got Brands Hatch, the Grand Prix circuit for our first race, and then Hungaroring for our second race. Of course, last time out, Donington Park and Vallelunga were incredible events. So we will see how they fare here today. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with this esports series, it is an incredible LAN run event across our 4 racing lounges. We've got 2 in Zurich, 1 in the city, and 1 in the airport. Here is a shot of the Madrid lounge. As you can see, Unai Morotto in the yellow car just at the front of our screens there. Nathan, I'm not sure if you've caught up, he was incredible last time out in RU3. Here is Munich as well, one of our other racing lounges, a fantastic place here. And then, of course, this is, I believe, Zurich City. This is. Yes, Nathan, I mean, look at these incredible pieces of equipment.
Yeah, they look insane. I'm a little bit annoyed we haven't got one here in London. I'd love to get and try them. They look really, really good. I hope one day I'll be able to give these Racing Unleashed cars a go. Of course, you know, the Formula simulators, I've got GT simulators as well. There's lots to offer at Racing Unleashed. So yeah, they look good. Getting ready down around Brands Hatch, which is going to be tricky in these RU3 cars. A track that I've actually went a couple of weeks ago. And it looks difficult from standing there as a spectator, never mind being on track. And of course, after they've dealt with this track down in Kent, they've been over to Hungary, which is going to be another difficult track as well. This is a really, really tough morning for our RU3 drivers.
Absolutely, and here is your championship standings. Unai Marotta, we got a quick shot of him earlier on. He has been the strongest competitor thus far, leading the way on 72 points. David Sobrero is in second on 55, and Lucas Egger rounds out the top three on 45, just 1 point ahead of Julian Aman, who was very prolific with his overtaking, so watch out for him today. Nico Mosa is in 5th position on 34 points, and Jan Frischknecht is 6th on 31. Navin Schwartzman, hopefully I've said that one right, is 7th on 29 points, 1 point ahead of Samuel Bartel, and then Aaron Schutz is in 9th position on 21, and Tiziano Caponio is 10th on 17, who I do not believe is here today, unfortunately. Joel Mayer, Loris Naif, Sebastian Vollens are in 11th, 12th and 13th. Michael Waversick is 14th on 12. Adrian Sanchez 15th, 16th is Alvaro Garcia, and then rounding off the grid is Sterniolo, Ritako and Schoenfeld. So Nathan, looking at these standings, Unai Marotta, the clear-cut leader at the minute.
Yeah, certainly, and of course took part in Racing Unleashed Esports Series last year as well. So a driver with experience here in Racing Unleashed, and of course, like drivers here in RU3, are trying to prove themselves, prove that they can be moving up to RU2. And of the way that the driver ranking system works, of course, we have technically two championships in the RU3 series. We have the spring and fall, and if you finish in the top two in your lounge, you do go up to that next tier. So you'd imagine the likes of, Unai Marotta and David Sobrero, both at Madrid, are looking to kind of lock in those spots already. They've just got to keep up that conceit. And then, of course, you've got a bit of a battle as well with Zurich City. There's only around 15 points, the top three. So lots of pressure. As there is Julian Aman, one of the drivers in Zurich City. So there's a lot more here. Of course, you've got the whole championship, but then you've got your own lounge championship, which just feels a bit more personal because you're there in the room with the drivers. And of course, it's all part of building up a story. We head over the 2 seasons of racing as we see all of our drivers on their screens getting practiced, and just watching here that, that these simulators throw you around and imagine this, the motion is just, it's unreal, isn't it? It's something you can't imagine sitting in a chair like us and watching along.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, these incredible pieces of machinery are nothing like a sim racer has at home, unless maybe you're Jeff Bezos' son or something like that, but it is, they are incredible pieces of equipment. Looking at this shot of Aaron Schutz, you can see the bar and lounge just behind, and that, I think, is one of the best parts of this incredible series, is that people come in person to watch these events. It is so fantastic to see. You're able to get a drink, have a chat with your friends, and then watch some good racing. So Racing Unleashed is just an incredible place, and the RU Esports series is so immense. But coming into this race, Brands Hatch, Nathan, you said it was incredibly tricky. I think in these cars, which are very, very tough to drive, these RU3 machines, it will be a challenge for them. Of course, no push to pass as well. That is sort of the stigma around this series, or not series, but this category of racing. RU1 and 2, of course, have that, but there is no assistance for these drivers in the race. It just means raw talent is required to succeed.
Certainly, and I'm sure we're going to see that qualifying and race long, and I suppose, if anything, even a difficult track to open it up might make it a little bit easier when they head to the Hungaroring, which is also another tricky track. Very tight, a little bit like Brands Hatch, I suppose, in a way. So yeah, they've got a busy morning indeed, have our users there, just waiting to get started here for the race. And it should be a really good one here to open this morning. I can't wait for the action. And of course, Brands Hatch, of course, being from the UK, a track that we all love. Can't wait to see some racing around here once the drivers are ready. Now, RU3 cars.
I was at Brands Hatch not that long ago, in summertime last year. It's an incredible circuit, but Nathan, this is where these drivers get to prove themselves. Of course, RU1 and RU2 are, there's prize money on offer for that, but RU3 is just about getting to that position. And of course, it doesn't necessarily come from a lack of talent compared to the RU1 and 2. It just comes to a lack of experience. For a lot of these drivers, this is their first time racing this series is their first time racing under official rules like this, and then being in a LAN environment like this, it really can add quite a lot of pressure. But I do believe that we are headed into qualifying soon, Nathan. Of course, we've only got one shot at it, so it is all about getting the lap absolutely perfect.
A big lap, and of course, Unai Morotto and David Sobrero have a pole each. So you're looking at those two really, but anybody else can pop up there, get a good lap on the board, and sometimes it's not even about being the quickest, it's about just having the consistency over the lap. You can be really set to one, but because you're pushing that much, you make a mistake later on in the lap and you ruin it. So sometimes it's just about being in 3 sectors, pushing the limits, but not to the point where you end up risking going back and causing your own issues on your laps. And of course, I'd imagine your mid-pack will be close together in this. And that's what we love to see. The mid-pack in most championships, especially in these, Formula cars, where we always see close racing, no matter what kind of level you're at. Of course, we have our RU2 cars, and then, of course, the RU1s later on bought by Racing Studio. I think either way, we're going to have some fun battling. So quali is so important, these guys.
Absolutely. And of course, shorter races here in RU3. So it is all about getting the laps absolutely perfect as we head into the game to see qualifying underway. I mean, just look at these cars, look at these machines, and can you imagine what it's like being in the cockpit of one of these? I mean, sim racing every single year is blurring the lines between what's real and what's not. And I mean, how much closer can you get than this?
Superb. The sound as well, they sound so identical to what we hear in real life. Brilliant to hear. As is Lucas Egger making his way down towards the hairpin at the top of the hill. His lap here in qualifying, of course, 3rd in the championship at the moment. Got to get back in the first race and was 4th in the second. So very consistent, always up there, fighting for the podium. Just quick layouts, isn't it, here around Brands Hatch? Got to get the car turned in, make your way up the hill, and you can just see many drivers wrestling with the car as they make their way through. Imagine, as good as the motion system is, that's going to make it so much more real, and of course, in hand, make a lot more of a challenge for the drivers on their laps.
Absolutely, it's an old school circuit here, Brands Hatch. There's no runoff here. It is just tarmac and grass and gravel as Lucas Egger is really flying on this lap. He's looked to hit his braking markers at every single point, coming towards now the tail end of the lap, in towards the next left-hander, sweeping through the corner, and then he's just got one final turn to go, braking just at where the grass ends, and then getting the car turned in, foot flat to the floor as he'll come across the line. We'll see where his time stacks up. Sobrero has set the fastest lap as it stands, and Lucas Egger comes across the line with a 1 minute 14.458. So David Sobrero at the minute is the fastest man on circuit, but we're still waiting for a good 11 drivers to cross the line, Nathan.
Indeed. Still many crosses, of course, a great up there from David, the only driver at the moment, and the 1 minute 13s there with that lap. As we can tell on the bottom screens, it's a 3.9 kilometre circuit. Wondered for a racetrack. Of course, the elevation is 33 metres. Believe me, it feels a lot more than that when you walk in it, and I can say that from experience. It feels a lot more than 33 metres, and have 15 laps of racing. As we're just waiting for everybody to set their lap times, the main driver looking at here in terms of fighting for pole be Unai Morotto, who's across the line and set a representative lap. Then so many other drivers behind as well looking to head across the line, and we'll kind of see who'll be looking to fight for that pole with David Sobrero, who set a really nice benchmark time at the front.
Absolutely, it was a very solid lap time from him there. But Brands Hatch again, it's a very unforgiving circuit, and I would imagine that a lot of these drivers further back behind the order possibly invalidated their laps at some point along the way. But that remains to be seen once we get official confirmation of the results. But David Sobrero, I think we know for sure that he will be starting towards the front end of the field. I believe Jan Frischknecht was the closest driver to him, about 3/10 of the way back. That seems to be the story of this season so far. that David Sobrero and Unai Morato, they seem to be the two clear-cut drivers. But then, of course, you've got the likes of your Frischknechts, your Amans, who can really, really cause some problems for these drivers. So we are just awaiting the confirmation of this one. But Nathan, I mean, your first qualifying session here in Racing Unleashed, how's it feeling?
Great. Brilliant track, instead of cars, and drivers on the limit, especially on that lap we saw with Lucas Egger, and that extent so he came much further on the limit that the likes of David Sobrero was. And it does seem, from my min on the right of me, it says Julian Amann is second, just over a tenth away from Sobrero's time. So a good lap there from Julian Amann, and I think we saw as well Benjamin Jimenez clear up into the top 5 too. And from what it seemed, Morato did not set a competitive time. That was 15 seconds off. And I don't think that Morato is 15 seconds off. So that is a really tricky task now for Unai, if that of course, to make his way through the field and fight our drivers who were actually quite close at times. I mean, you're looking at like a second and a half, the top 10. They're all going to be battling. Unai and those who probably are higher on pace have got a lot of work to through, because those drivers aren't going to let those positions go. We all know that, of course, to stay here in RU3, you need us.
It really is, battle of the strongest. Here is the qualifying timings that we have got. David Sobrero is on pole position, just 1.5 tenths ahead of Julian Amann in second on the front row. Jan Frischknecht starts in third. Fourth is Lucas Egger. They're missing off the graphic, but P5 is Benjamin Jimenez clear, and then P6 is Nico Druzovic-Lazada. In seventh position, it is Navin Schwartzman at 1.7 off the pace, so there is a big gap here in this RU3 field today. Samuel Bartel starts 8th, 9th is Joel Mayer, and then 10th is Alvaro Garcia. Adrian Sanchez starts just outside the top 10, with Michael Waversick in 12th position. Francesco Retaco is in 13th, with the last representative lap time. And then Unai Morato, your championship leader and favourite coming in today, starts 14th position after a dreadful qualifying from him. Aaron Schutz starts 15th, 16th is Diego Gomez. Alessio Carnevale is in 17th. And then without a lap time on the board, Stefano Capelli is in 18th and 19th. Sebastian Volans. So Nathan, David Sobrero starts on pole position, but the big story, you got to say, Unai Morato down in 14th.
Certainly. The battle for being top in Madrid continues on. Of course, Sobrero with a 13 position advantage heading into Brands Hatch, and of course 6 starting just shows how, not setting a lap, just shows how difficult this circuit is. It's such a tricky track to get to, very easy to run wide, and of course if you do run wide, a lot of the time you put yourself at risk of hitting a barrier. They're not that far away around Brands Hatch, either a barrier or a tree. You're never far away from nature around this circuit. And there is David Sobrero starting on pole. The nerves are there for him. And of course we can see Julian Amann as well, who starts, who in the standings is 4th. And luckily for him, he's leading the Zurich City Lounge with a 10-point advantage. So you'd imagine now that if he can try and seal off a podium, that's going to extend that gap even more. There's only then 3 races to go, and you can seal it and be promoted up to RU2.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about just performing the best you can across every single race. And we're getting the live reaction from these drivers now. They're waiting to get into the race. Benjamin is having a nice little lie down, it seems. I wonder if I think he's just relaxing a little bit headed into this race. And then here is Nico as well, looking very, very focused. And it is great to see how everyone else is how all these drivers prepare in their own way to get ready for this race. I mean, some drivers, they like to have a chat with their friends or family, maybe get out of the rig and get a drink. That caused a couple of issues for Schoenfeld last time out. He wasn't able to start the second race in Vallelunga. But Joel Mayer here, for example, just having a chat with his friends, and then Alvaro Garcia focusing in his own little world at the minute. Here's Michael Waversick, a fantastic story. It's great to see him racing here today. And it really does show, Nathan, that sim racing has no age limit. There is Unai Morotto as well. He is looking disappointed, as is Aaron Schutz, who had a difficult time last time out at Donington and Vallelunga. We'll see if he's able to recover from 15th on the grid today. But yeah, no, it's once again, I want to touch on the fantastic lounge that we have in Zurich City. Nathan, you saw those lights at the back of the bar being lit up yellow. Just pay attention to them when we get into RU2 and RU1. So there is Diego Gomez and then Alessio Carnevale in the other lounge, Stefano Capelli as well. Just making sure that everything is okay on Nathan's end. I personally can't hear him. Technical difficulties, it seems, early on, but hopefully it's all okay once we get into the race, which should be starting soon. Let's see, Nathan, are you about? So we're just waiting for the final grid confirmation as it stands. It seems like we're having a couple of difficulties with hearing Nathan at the moment. Once again, we'll touch on these incredible lounges. This is Munich, and I mean, this is just a place where you can come and hang out with your friends, of course, when it's open to the public. You know, we're a bit busy at the minute with this incredible series, and look at everyone in the background here in Madrid, smiling and laughing and engaging in conversation. There was a dog last time. I'm not sure if he's present this morning, which is a real shame. But yeah, I'm sure you are wondering at home, if you're not involved, how you can get racing here in Racing Unleashed. RU1 and RU2, of course, those are a select few that get to race, but RU3 is all about how quick you are in the qualifiers, and make sure that you're able to get down to one of our 4 lounges across Europe in Munich, Madrid, and of course our 2 flagship lounges at Zurich Airport and Zurich City. Make sure you join the Discord server to keep up with any information that you can. There should be a link in the description to that. Make sure you follow us on all of our socials as well, as we're getting a little bit. Look at everyone crowding around the rig here, and getting a little bit of chats going through as well. So please do, everyone, make sure you join the Discord. Jan Frischknecht giving us the thumbs up. He's ready to get going. Nathan, are we here? So we are just waiting. Make sure you do join the server, and of course we will talk all about the RU1 and RU2 championships and what is actually at stake for them once we get into there. As we can see, it looks like that the drivers are getting ready on the grid according to their screens. Of course, we just got to make sure that everything is okay. All of the equipment is working just fine, and then we should be able to get going soon, Nathan.
It's coming
Yes!
through. Hey, there we go. A quick refresh of the software, and we're back up and running. I was going to say before I couldn't be heard, I do send a lot more normal now to my normal voice. I'm not normally that deep. But yes, then it seems like the driver's getting ready to get started, and I said normal. I actually can be heard now, and well, 15 laps of racing.
Absolutely. Of course, shorter races here in RU3. We have got 2 races here today, Brands Hatch GP and then Hungaroring slightly later on. Aaron Schutz just getting a little bit of a talking to before this race gets underway. What a fantastic community, by the way, Nathan, we've got here at Racing Unleashed. And again, I've alluded to joining the Discord server to keep up with RU3 signups, but if you just want to come and have a chat, with anyone who loves sim racing and loves motorsport in general, make sure you come into the Discord server, because I'll tell you what, Nathan, we've both been a part of the sim racing scene for a long time, and a lot of the servers that we're a part of, they're not quite as active as Racing Unleashed, are they?
No, certainly not. It's great to speak to the drivers all here for the action in the Discord, as we do see, Dan, our starting grid.
Sobrero and Aman starting in P1 and P2. Jan Frischknecht starts in third position on the second row alongside Lucas Egger, the driver that took us through on a lap of this circuit. Benjamin Jimenez Clear starts in fifth position, and Nico Druzovic Lozada starts in sixth, with Nevin Schwartzman in seventh. Eighth is Samuel Bartel, and then rounding out the top 10 in ninth position is Joel Mayer and Alvaro Garcia in P10. Adrian Sanchez starts in 11th, with Michael Waversick in 12th position here. Francesco Rotaco starts in 13th position, with Unai Morotto starting 14th. Aaron Schutz 15th position. Sebastian Volland in 16th. 17th belongs to Diego Gomez, and then Alessio Carnevale starts in 18th, with Capelli rounding out the grid as we are about to get ready for 15 laps of Brands Hatch. The lights are on, and we are underway. A fantastic getaway from David Sobrero heading in towards the first corner. Julian Aman caught out ever so slightly as here comes down the inside. There's a driver off the circuit. That is Lazaro, I believe. Unai Morotto is involved in an incident as well. He scratches along the gravel, but at the front of the order, David Sobrero, a fantastic start from him, ahead of Julian Aman, with Jan Frischknecht in third position. They stay as they are in the top three.
That was a scary start for many, heading in towards that first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. It's a tricky first corner to get right, especially when you got cars 2, 3 abreast through there. So, of course, a couple of drivers being caught out early on. Of course, Drudovic and Morotto being caught out. As we do see Benjamin Jimenez Clear as well, who was also involved in something here. Also goes off the track, because at the back as well, Carnevale losing 8 spots. And Morotto's on a spin, I think. Someone's gone around further back. We'll see who that is in a minute. And it's Joel Meyer who's gone around.
Dear me, very unfortunate scenes here early on. I think there's a massive delay on my end, Nathan. I'm not quite sure. I've just seen the spin now. I might have to rejoin as well, but I'm catching views of them headed in towards lap number 2. David Sobrero leading the way from Julian Aman, and now Lucas Egger's just appeared on my screen. Are we seeing things at the same time, Nathan? Just
we are,
sure
Dan.
that I'm not. Okay. Whew. I got a bit nervous there. I mean, you called Joel Mayer's spin like 5 seconds before it happened, so I got incredibly worried what happened there as well. We're seeing a nice little battle for 9th position at the minute, and Unai Morotto is involved in this one as well. A fantastic recovery as he's trying to look up the inside of Diego Gomez in towards turn number 3, I believe that is, and he's just got through on the inside, capitalizing on a mistake from Gomez. He goes very deep into long left-hander, and Michael Waversick spins it. He drops the car on his own. Unai Morotto with nowhere to go, and his race of troubles continues early on.
Oh, what a shame there for Unai Morotto, as we can see the replay as well of the start, as they all got quite a good run down to turn 1. We had 3 or 4 wide for a moment. One of the cars went up to the inside. 3 of them went off track initially, then another couple joined them. And this was the onboard of Unai Morotto into turn 1, got punted to the left, hit another car that was already off track, and then had to work his way back onto track and keep on going. We can see there, as Unai Morotto is going through, very emotionless, which is what we love to see. Not getting too heated after that first lap, as there's Morotto around the outside, somehow keeps it on track and makes a move and goes into P9. Now that is one for the highlights reel.
Yeah, fantastic overtake there from Unai Morotto, and you can see the crowd that he's got right behind him, spectating his screen, knowing that there's a recovery drive on the way. I've noticed Jan Frischknecht dropping down the timing tower. Seems like he's had an incident somewhere along the road, as the drivers in focus now are Nevin Schwartzman and Alvaro Garcia just in front of him. A fantastic getaway from the left-hander for Schwartzman. He's right on the rear of Diego Gomez. These two both racing in land conditions, but somehow online at the same time. It is incredible what we can accomplish here in the Racing Unleashed Esports series. Has got the rear view shots from Alvaro Garcia, really feeling the pressure from Schwartzman at the moment. They've got a nice clear gap to Diego Gomez in behind, which means these guys, they are free to race. Meanwhile, Nathan at the top of the order. Sobrero set the fastest lap, and he's a nice 1.5 seconds clear of Julian Amann in second.
Of course, and to be fair, I'm not that surprised that Sobrero's leading. I mean, looking at what he's done in the past, it was parts of Williams Esports before they was branded to Williams F1 Team Gaming. It was part of Brabham Esports as well, and of course, at the moment, part of TC Esports, which of course is Thibaut Courtois' esports team. Of course, for those that don't know Thibaut Courtois, a world-class goalkeeper in the world of football. Of course, he's got his own esports team, and they take part as well in also, I think, the Euro Cup 3, they take part in Formula 4, lots of different things they take part in the real world. So, yeah, great to see them taking part in things here as well. In Racing Unleashed, there's many drivers as well part of TC, a lot of them as well in RU1, which we'll see later on. As here's Aaron Schutz at the moment, making his way through. Not the best start for many drivers, but he'll be happy with P5. He started down near the bottom half of the top 10 as well, so Schutz will be very happy with a P5 here as it stands. But of course, it was expected, wasn't it, Dan, that we was going to have so many drivers get involved in contact earlier on. Lots of Bartel and Schutz and Garcia were going to make those early moves.
15th position, Aaron Schutz started this race in. Now he's up to P5. He's been able to avoid all of the drama at the very front, at the very start of this race, as another fastest lap comes through from David Sobrero. 1:13.5. He's setting near qualifying pace laps here in the race as he continues to stretch his advantage to Julian Amann behind him, as we've got a nice little battle for P10. Jimenez Clear has been able to overtake Sebastian Volans, who, of course, started right at the tail end of the field, and Benjamin was a driver starting right at the front. This race has been incredibly mixed up due to all that drama on the first lap, but I do believe it has somewhat calmed down now, as here is Unai Morotto.
See, standings or lounge. He needs to find a lot of points to be on par with Nico Moser, move his way up. So, of course, needs big points today. Of course, top two get promoted to RU2, and then, of course, the ones that don't get demoted out. So, big race for Schmertzman here, of course, along with Hungaroring later on. And there is Unai Morotto still trying to make his way through, and Diego Gomez. And further back as well, moves happening with Alessio Carnevale going ahead of Adrian Sanchez. And as we know, RU3 was going to be so chaotic. We're going to see moves all race long. When we head to RU2 and RU1, that's a little bit more strategic. There's going to be less mistakes happening from drivers just because they've got more experience. Some of them have got a little bit more skill that's developed. Of course, what these drivers will learn to do, as that was off track for Gomez and into the barriers. But as we head into RU2 and RU1, Dan, we're going to see a lot more strategic elements of battling and drivers staying in trains for a little bit longer.
Of course, one of the most exciting elements of that is the 8 deployments of push to pass that the drivers will get to use throughout the race. There is none of that here in RU3. It's all about your driving capabilities and being able to close at pace and make these moves on your own terms. As this is a fantastic shot of Aaron Schutz. He is right on the tail of making his way into P4 in this race. And we're getting that look at him. Look at the immersion that these fantastic simulators can provide, the motion capabilities. It is really incredible to see, and I want to know how much one of these costs so I can put it into my very tiny bedroom, as Aaron Schutz is all over the rear of Samuel Bartel. There is the spin for Diego Gomez, and Nathan so close to careering back across the circuit and into Unai Morotto.
Certainly. A lot of drivers, though, I've noticed so far, are dipping a wheel into the grass, and you do that and the car will go, especially these RU3 cars. They're very, very tricky to drive. They don't look... They're quite light as well, so of course that makes it easy to spin the rear. As that was, again, Aaron Schutz there going a little bit wide, heading through into the final couple of corners. Of course, we can see Alvaro Garcia as well in P7 at the moment. Of course, racing from Madrid. In the standings, Garcia's down in 16th, only 8 points on the board. Hasn't finished in the top 10 yet, with a P14 and a P18, so we'll be very happy here if he can hold on to P7 and get himself some well-deserved points. I think, given what we've seen so far, anybody who finishes the race within a decent gap to someone else done a great job, because it has been a tricky course around Brands Hatch, and I expected that from when we saw it come up on our live stream earlier on. And then, of course, we head to Hungaroring next. Another tricky circuit. Has got a lot of elements that Brands Hatch has. Very tight, very technical, a little bit of elevation. So that's something the drivers have got to keep in mind. We are heading to a similar-ish term, sort of track when we look at tracks on a whole.
It was sort of similar last time out in Donington and Vallelunga. They're very, very similar circuits. They're practically the exact same in length, but nevertheless, Alvaro Garcia, whilst he's chasing Navin Schwartzman, he could look to his left or right, wherever he is in the Madrid lounge, and see Unai Maroto in person, and then look back at his screen and see him right in his wing mirrors or his rear view mirror. And that is an incredible sensation that these drivers are able to achieve here in this incredible, just fantastic championship that we have on offer, Nathan. RU3, I think, really is the most fascinating of the three series that we have here. Whilst it is incredible to see some of the best sim racers in the world coming together to race across our 4 lounges in 3 different countries, these drivers, this is, for a lot of them, their first time under official racing rules. They're learning a lot here. They're learning about sporting etiquette, about sportsmanship when they're right next to their competitors. It really is just an incredible experience for these drivers who effectively, most of them are amateurs in racing, yet they're able to come to these lounges and compete in land conditions. It really is such a fascinating series.
Of course, and you've got a lot of drivers over in RU2 and RU1 as well who want to move themselves into real-life racing, who want to jump into a real car and take to the track. And yes, you can do that from sim racing at home, we all know that. But when you're here at LAN, you've got, of course, like you said, Dan, official regulations, official rule book. You're surrounded by your competitors like you are in real life, and also it just brings you even closer to that real experience as Maroto nearly losing the car through the final corner. But it just brings you that ever much closer, and of course gets you into, I suppose as well, when it comes to stuff like interviews as well, it learns you a bit of PR training, ready for when you do go into some real racing. I mean, we'll speak about Ciro Zambrelli, a driver who's got a very big career on the way, and a lot of that is because of Racing Unleashed. And of course, once we get to RU1, we'll talk a lot about what Ciro has achieved and what he's achieving still in the world of racing. And of course, for a lot of our younger drivers as well who are involved in karting, it's another avenue for them to try and get into some real racing here, as we've seen some great racing from Maroto trying to go past Alvaro Garcia as we have 5 laps to go, Dan. Not long left, so if any drivers have got anything left in the bag, use it now. Try and get some moves and see yourself to the end of the race. But I've got to say, I wasn't expecting such a task for Unai Maroto, because he is the quickest at the moment in terms of the standings, has got 2 wins, 2 podiums. I expected him to carve his way through, but this has just proven the level that we have here in this championship.
Absolutely. And whilst Maroto is one of the quicker drivers out on circuit at the minute, he's still not the quickest man out on track. David Saburo is still holding the fastest lap of this race, and he's been incredible, stretching his advantage to Julian Aman in behind him. As we are still on board with Unai Maroto, got such confidence, this young man, into the corners and approaching the hairpin, looking for a slight dive bomb on Alvaro Garcia. We encourage moves like this here in the early development stages of these sim racing careers. He's kept it very clean, has Unai Maroto. He knew when to back out, and Alvaro Garcia must be sweating, not just because of the heat of Madrid, but with the breathing down his neck that Unai Maroto is subjecting him to. And now down the hill they go. Another opportunity for Maroto to pull to the right-hand side and in towards the fast sweeping right-hander. Will make the move up the inside. A fantastic overtake there from Unai Maroto, moving himself up into P7 ahead of Alvaro Garcia.
Indeed, and we did have a couple of reports as well in this one. Of course, then at turn 1, 5 drivers were involved in what's been noted as rough driving at the start of the race. You got Rataco, Sanchez, Maroto and Vaversik who were involved in that one. And then, of course, there was a couple more as well on the opening lap. Of course, we saw the one as well with Vaversik and Maroto being, noted as potentially dangerous re-entry. Of course, the stewards are doing a great job of getting everything looked into. And, of course, heading into the next race, we should have penalties or, NFAs all being put through. And then, of course, we can see the official results. And that's another thing as well, isn't it, Dan? That's a lot different to even some of your normal sim racing championships where, yes, you have stewarding, but you report after the race, you do 1 or 2 reports, and that's it. Whereas here, everything's looked into by the stewards. Anything that can be a possible breaking of the rules or something that doesn't align is looked at. And, of course, that's very similar to what you get in the real world, whereas you'll be watched all the time. So it's another learning curve for these drivers, getting used to a real stewarding team, which have done a great job so far all season. I mean, I'm looking here and it says 1,108 reports. That's a lot over, a few months of racing. As we do see Sobrero here on our screens, leading the way ahead of Aman in second. And at the moment, doing a great job are the top 2. And of course, the way it works in this series, they know that drivers further back are going to struggle to make moves. Example there with Maroto. So the top 2 can just hopefully pull away, keep extending that gap, and then if they make a mistake, they've got a buffer to cover it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the gaps to the leader now on the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower. Sobrero, now it's just gone away as I say that, but you saw how incredible those gaps were. And they're back on screen. 4th position is 10 seconds off the pace, so a slight mistake from David Sobrero that cost him a second or 2, which is a pretty major incident to have. Will barely scratch the surface on his lead to Julian Aman. And then, if he were to make a further mistake, he's not going to lose out many positions. So it's all about consistency in this championship and getting away from the drama. It's a bit like an open lobby in, your game of choice. If you get through the first lap, normally you're actually okay, but it's just that first lap where everyone's trying to fight for the same piece of tarmac could be very, very tricky to handle, as Diego Gomez is right on the rear of Sebastian Valens. Look at how snappy these cars can be. Very unforgiving creatures these RU3 cars can be. And we are approaching, I believe we're on the penultimate lap now, David Sobrero. These guys should be on lap number 13 at the minute. So we're coming towards the end of this Brands Hatch race. And Nathan, you've got to say, Brands Hatch really has delivered.
It certainly has. And a great way to start off the morning here in the RU Esports series. Of course, we head off to Hungaroring after this race, and then we have RU2 and RU1 over at Spa-Francorchamps, another great track for what we're going to have a lot of great racing. And of course, you look at the gaps here, and they are quite large. We can see, the gaps are quite big. The top 10 separated by about around 30 to 40 seconds, but in RU3, that's expected because there's so many drivers here that are brand new to racing. Some of them might have done a little bit on their, on their controller at home, but this is their first time taking part in something like this. So we expect the gaps to be large. But look at maybe, end of October, November, the gaps are going to be closer, and so many of these drivers are going to improve. So many, because all it takes is 3 or 4 races to get the hang of things, and then you can fly. A lot of it isn't about skill, it's about confidence.
Yeah, it really is incredible to see, Nathan. But we are now on the final lap of this race. These drivers are just crossing over into their final tours here. We've got a fantastic 3-car fight for 3rd position. Nathan, you touched on the drivers and how they're able to improve and how different this is to what they can really see at home. And it really is incredible. We were touching on the Discord server. We've got a channel in there where you can share your setup, and I tell you, some of the simulators that these drivers have got make me very, very envious. But still, what we can see here with these drivers racing in these state-of-the-art pieces of equipment really is fantastic. Here is David Sobrero taking to the final couple of corners along what has been a dominant Grand Slam race from him here at Brands Hatch. He's only got 1 more corner to navigate. He took pole position, he's led every single lap, and he's got the fastest lap to go along with it. So David Sobrero will come across the line to take victory in the first race of the day here at Brands Hatch. Julian Aman comes across in 2nd position. Lucas Egger will be able to hold on by the skin of his teeth ahead of Samuel Bartel in 4th position. Aaron Schutz, Nathan, rounding out the top 5.
Indeed, and close as well in the championship. Given the results stay very similar up at the front, Julian Aman who was 1 point behind Lucas Egger, will now go ahead by a couple of points. And so close to the driver standings. Of course, yes, they're at 2 different lounges, but of course, in the whole of the driver standings, it's going to be so close. And we're going to see the gaps go up and down all season long, as everybody now is crossing the line to complete what has been a fantastic race here at Brands Hatch. As we do see Jan Fishnecht, who, of course, didn't have the best race, of course, started up in the top 5, and then incidents at the start dropped him down towards 13th. We saw Druzovic as well. Lazada dropped down, likes of Marato. A lot of drivers got caught up in things on the opening lap, but it's going to happen in RU3, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah. Of course, we speak on the fact that these are very inexperienced drivers, and it's no slight on their skill as competitors to be involved in these incidents. It's just par for the course. But there is David Sobrero looking very composed after a completely dominant victory. We will be hearing from himself and Julian Amann and Lucas Egger in just a few moments, but we can really digest what we have seen from what was a fantastic first race here at Brands Hatch. Hungaroring next, Nathan, and wow, I'm just looking at that wheel. Oh my goodness me, I need to know that exact make and model so I can buy it for myself.
They look insane, Dan. That they really do. Makes me feel quite ashamed of my wheel and pedals. I've got a desk, wheel, pedals, and that's it. I've not got much going for me. No, these rigs are just, when you look at them close up, like we can see here with a map, they are insane. And I love how it replicates like the Formula style as well completely. I love it. So no, if anybody wants to send me a free one, I'll happily take it for sample.
I'm sure we can, we can make some excuse to go out to one of the lounges, probably Zurich City, Nathan, and then we can just slip one in our bag and then say no more, let it go. Who knows? But yeah, nevertheless, a fantastic race here at Brands Hatch. And these drivers just digesting what has happened. We get another incredible look at these lounges. If I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to work out which one this actually is. I think this is Zurich City. Yes, it is. Jan Frischknecht, one of the younger drivers in the series, once again showing what this series can achieve. We've got Jan Frischknecht, 15 years old, Nathan. Michael Waversick,
yeah.
I'm not sure his exact age, but it is fantastic. So we are now, Nathan, able to head into our first interview here in Munich.
Indeed, yes. So you're saying that there's one of the drivers in RU2 which is 66, and that's just incredible. And it just shows that any age, wherever you're from, as long as you can race, of course, from the lounges, you can take part in this championship, or at least take part in the open qualifiers, get yourselves into race, and then, of course, prepare yourselves for RU2 and RU1 in the future. But it does seem we do have a couple of interviews ready, Dan. So, yeah, get cracking.
Absolutely. So we are starting this interview off with Lucas Egger. Lucas, first and foremost, can you hear me, my friend?
Yeah, hello.
So, a fantastic race from yourself today, P3, and you were coming under some pressure from Samuel Bartel in behind right to the finish. What was going through your mind in those last couple of laps?
Yeah, it was very interesting because they were catching so fast behind, but just kept them clean the whole race. Was very consistent. Yeah, very happy with that.
Yeah, well, that was a fantastic run from you. And just talk us quickly before we let you go about the experience of racing here in these lounges. As oh dear, I believe we've lost them. I think their battery might have gone. We'll be waiting on confirmation for that. But very quick interview with Lucas before their interview died out. Nathan, let's head over to Munich to talk to Julian Amann.
Indeed, of course, Julian, welcoming. Can you hear us? Hopefully we've got signal.
Yeah, it was a nice race, and yeah, I just had the pace to same P2. I think I would have had the pace to catch up to David, but I think David, of course, also had the pace to just pull away. But yeah, the track is very tricky and sketchy, so I didn't want to risk anything in P2.
Perfect, and of course, since the first race, it's been 2 podiums, second and second. I mean, that just shows that the pace is getting better, the consistency's there. Hungaroring next, is the win on?
Yeah, I think I'll try my best. Of course, the quali, no off track, and then don't risk too much in the race because I just want a good result. But of course, it's possible. I'll go for it.
Certainly, and of course, one thing before we let you go, of course, you don't get long to practice for the 2 tracks you have. So, I mean, what is the preparation like getting prepared? You have 2 tracks and a short amount of time to practice, or surely it's quite difficult to get to that top pace because you haven't got much time.
Yeah, of course, it's not much time for sure. Also, the second track, which we also just know at the Friday evening. But Brands Hatch, it was 2 tracks I already known very good. And Brands Hatch, I think I drove 1 hour in the center. And yeah, when you know the track, it doesn't take too long. And Hungaroring, I just drove a bit at home. But yeah, of course, not too much. So yeah, let's see what the pace of the other ones is.
Of course, Julian, thanks for popping in with us. And hopefully we'll see you back on the podium as well for the second race at the Hungaroring.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Dan. That was our interview with Julian Arman. A well-deserved podium to end off the first race. One more to go, and I think before we get going, we should have a quick chat with David Sobrero.
Absolutely. What a fantastic podium. 3 lounges on the podium. We head to Madrid now. David, how are you, my friend?
Hello. I'm good, I guess. I'm happy to win the race after what happened in the first event, which I didn't went to. So yeah, I just went with a different approach today. I just tried to be more calm and collected since the beginning. Qualifying, no risks, just a decent lap, enough to get pole position. And then on the race, I don't know, since the first lap I was already in the flow. I did a little bit of a mistake in the second lap, but then after that I got my confidence back again real quick. And yeah, I think I got fast lap again as well, I don't know. But yeah, the race was pretty smooth, and I'm happy with it, you know.
Yeah, pole position, leading every lap and taking the fastest lap. That is a Grand Slam win from you. So headed into Hungaroring, surely the confidence has got to be sky high.
I'm not sure about that. I haven't done a single lap yet, apart from the 10 minutes we got in the warm-up. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty narrow track, so I know if I don't nail qualifying, it will be a difficult race. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to do the same from the first race, and hopefully everything goes in the right way.
Before we let you go, I want to talk about sort of your background and being here. Of course, you've done some real life racing, and you've been a part of sim racing for such a long time. What's it like being in the cockpit? Myself and Nathan, we spent the entire first race just gushing over what it's like to be in the cockpit. Talk us through your perspective from there.
It's amazing, you know, because this has nothing to do with the simulator I and most people have at home, of course, with the motion and being inside a Formula car, you know. I've never been inside on anything apart from a go-kart. So actually the feeling is pretty cool, you know. So yeah, that's it.
Well, David, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get away and get ready for the second race at Hungaroring. But once again, congratulations on your win at Brands Hatch.
Thank you so much. See you next time, hopefully.
I really do hope we do see him again, Nathan. But yeah, what a fantastic first race here at Brands Hatch. And as I previously said, I mean, the podium, fantastic. 3 lounges, 3 countries that we went to. And it's incredible what we're able to achieve here.
Certainly is. Great way to start off the morning, of course. Hungaroring, a very tricky track, very technical, lots of elevation as well. I think a little bit more than Brands Hatch, but still, you know, a very similar track in that aspect, of course, as we head over to Hungary. But I believe, Dan, before we head our way into the Hungaroring, let's have a little look at what happened in that opening race.
So an incredible first race at Brands Hatch, and I really did like the shots that we had right at the end when Julian Aman finished in second position, Nathan, and then had a little handshake with one of his mates, and then went to Jan Frischknecht, had a little interaction with him there. That is the incredible part of this series. It's not necessarily about being able to use these incredible pieces of machinery, which I think is a pretty damn big part of it, but just being able to come there as a community in which sim racing is very divided, because in its entire nature, it's online, you're by yourself in your room, and these drivers are able to come together, race alongside one another, and then interact and get a drink afterwards or whatever. But yeah, once again, I can't stress this enough, just how brilliant the community aspect is of Racing Unleashed.
It is, and I suppose when we said earlier, when the drivers are there together in the lounge, it's a little bit like when we see the paddocks in real forms of racing as well. Not just in your top flights, but in general club racing, you do see a really big community aspect, and that's what we're seeing here. Everybody's friendly to each other, and I think even if they got involved in incidents and drivers, took each other out, I don't think they'd be so angry. Maybe they would be in the cockpit, but once they get out, handshake, sorry, whatever, and that's it. I don't see many people getting angry at each other here, which is what we love to see, such a friendly atmosphere. As we look around the lounges here, as the drivers are shortly getting prepared for the second qualifying of the morning, of course, where we head off to the Hungaroring. Of course, we've got no drivers here from Hungary. We've got no drivers from racing in Hungary or from Hungary, so it's a foreign track for all, so we'll see how they get on. But a track I've driven a lot in Formula cars, and it's not easy. I like the track, I love it, but it's so difficult to drive, and I think the issue we're going to have here is maybe not qualifying, but the race, because turn 1, turn 2 and turn 4 on that opening lap is going to be chaotic. There's going to be drivers that are backing out through there because I don't want to get involved in anything, and there's going to be drivers that are going over aggressive into a very tight section of corners. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to watch heading through the opening couple of laps, where drivers are trying to work their way through the field, and this is probably the race of the two where the likes of Morato don't want to start in 14th.
Yeah, I think there's plenty more overtaking opportunities at Brands Hatch than there is at Hungaroring, aside from the first two corners, which are very heavy braking zones. It's a very tight, narrow circuit, which does suit these cars. They are smaller than the RU1 and RU2 machinery, so I'm sure they're glad that they're not racing here today. But these drivers are just warming up on circuit. They're all getting very, very close together. And again, look at the immersion that these drivers have. Look how focused they are on their screens. And it's such a challenge to be able to do that in an environment like this, where you're not by yourself, you're not in a place that is comfortable to you. And then to add on top of that, you're moving along with the circuit, you're bumping up and down. It is really, really incredible, and such a different taste of what these drivers can achieve at home. We'll touch on a couple of the drivers in RU1 later on, but it really is different to how it is in your bedroom, especially for you and I, Nathan. We've both got the classic death clamp, low torque direct drive wheels. I think we're both on the lower end of the spectrum. But again, yeah, it really is fantastic, and I'm still waiting for a shot of the Zurich City Lounge, because I think it's one of my favorite shots that we have available to us. It really is fantastic, as all these drivers, Nathan, just warming up, getting ready for qualifying, and again, they've only got one crack at the whip.
Yeah, one lap in qualifying, which around these two tracks is hard. There's a lot of tracks you can go into one lap and be quite fine with it, but this is going to be a task for the drivers, especially those that are new to racing as well. There's many in the field that are brand new to sim racing. Some of them, I know there was one of them that used to play on Need for Speed 5 years ago. I mean, that's a different world to this. So, no, it's a lot different, and those that are new to it are going to struggle here. But of course, it's a big chance to improve and get better. And of course, I think a driver would rather have to learn a hard track for the first time than an easy track, because you learn a lot more from doing a hard track than you do, elsewhere. Like, for example, I don't know, easy track, you're thinking of like Austria or maybe Silverstone, whereas you've got the Hungaroring, tricky tracks, your street circuits as well, which I'm sure will feature through as well, are also hard. As we can see, I think this is the bar area over in Zurich Airport, and lots of fans, other drivers who are sitting there watching along, looking very, very into it. And of course, the great thing as well, we see families, not just the drivers, but their families are there, you know, relatives and friends. It's lovely to see everybody get involved, and smiles on everybody's faces. The man in the suit at the front there, looking very happy at the moment. I'm sure it'll make them embarrassed if they can hear us.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the Zurich City, which is, I believe, the flagship facility that we've got here in at Racing Unleashed, and it really is just incredible. I mean, there's so many people turning up to watch early in the, well, not quite early in the morning, but for someone who works late like me, it definitely is early. So these guys coming through thick and thin to watch their friends and family race in what is such a fantastic series. And again, these guys just having a chat, you know, they're enjoying a monster together, and they're just talking about, you know, the day that they've got ahead of them. Maybe they're not even talking about racing at all. They're just talking about what they had for tea last night. You know, it's not all about the racing. It's about bringing people together and enjoying this hobby, which is so famously divided. I'm sure if you're on Twitter enough, you will know that. But it really is something special. As the practice session, Nathan, is coming towards the end, so we are headed into qualifying in about a minute's time or so, where we're going to see one driver taking an effort around the circuit. It was Lucas Egger last time. I wonder who it will be this time, as David Sobrero. What a race from him in at Brands Hatch, a Grand Slam win. He didn't seem too confident though about Hungary.
No, and I don't think anybody would be, just given the nature of the track. But I suppose as well, you'd rather not say, oh, I'm confident, and bin it on lap one, than say, I'm not confident and win it. You know, that's how I'd go anyway. Hungaroring, I did one race, and I think it ended in a DNF halfway through because I binned it. As we do see, Dan, the outside view here at Zurich.
Yes, this is really fantastic. So we're getting a little walk through into the facility, and immediately, don't crash here, it says on the door, as we get a fantastic look of the bar area, and then the big old screen on the left-hand side of your screen. And yeah, I'm heading in towards the racing lounge. This is where these drivers get to compete. And we've of course got plenty of racers getting ready here today. I see a couple of the RU1 and 2 drivers, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're somewhere along in that incredible scene. But a lot busier, I'd say, this month, Nathan, than it was last time. So I think the word of Racing Unleashed is reaching to the masses, which is very, very good to see, as these drivers just finishing up their warm-ups, getting ready for qualifying. We should be heading into the screen very, very soon, and then we will get to have a look at what Hungaroring looks like here in Racing Unleashed.
Indeed, as we can see here, Samuel Bartel over in Munich in Germany. Of course, we haven't seen much of the Munich lounge so far, so it's nice to see Bartel in the car and seeing what he can do. Of course, Lucas Egger as well, he's racing from Munich, tops the standings for those at the Munich lounge. So, of course, for him, a big opportunity to maybe look to get promoted to RU2. We'll see many of our drivers around the circuit here in the Hungaroring. Our first cars are on track, and it's Nico Druzovic-Lazada who's out first in qualifying. Of course, one lap here, Dan. And of course, what we saw in Brands Hatch, 6 cars didn't set a time. Let's see how many will set a time here.
Absolutely. So we are having a little look at Nico Druzovic-Lazada, who is a very fantastic driver in his own right, but was very unfortunate, you've got to say, last time out, getting involved in an incident. I believe he started, it was P6, and he ended the race further down the order than he'd like. So he's getting ready to begin this lap along Hungaroring. That's not a good sign, locking up at the ultimate corner and then getting a snap of oversteer. Somehow he's got understeer and oversteer in the exact same corner, which is not a good sign for his lap. But nevertheless, Nathan, he'll get this one started and head in towards the first corner.
Of course, it seems like Joel Meyer is the first one to set a lap at 1:46.295. Of course, we'll see when more come round, if that will be a representative time or not. A lot of drivers are crossing the line and beginning their flying laps. And here is still Nico Druzovic-Lazada making his way down towards turn 2. Very tricky break-ins, and then you flick it back to Laura for turn 3. And then this is where you get the elevation around here at the Hungaroring, the long run up towards turn number 4. Very tricky because you've got a curb on the inside. Very easy to run one on the outside, or if you hit the curb wrong, lose the car. That corner is probably the most tricky on the track up at turn 4. Then, of course, you've got the chicane where, if you're daring to, Dan, we've seen in the past, haven't we, in Coventry, some drivers go for a move there. Doesn't always end quite well, does it?
No, it really does not. As here he is now in towards the penultimate. Well, we're coming towards the end of the lap, in towards the sweeping S's. This corner is very tricky because right on the exit, bang, there's a wall there. So if you get it wrong, you really could see yourself in a world of hurt. Now in towards the next right-hander, and in towards the penultimate turn where we saw Nico locking up on his outlap. Luckily, he hasn't suffered the same fate on his actual run. As now in towards the final corner he goes. We will see what he is able to achieve as he gets his foot flat to the floor, and to come across the line, it is a 1:34.199 from Nico. That's good enough for second at the minute, immediately displaced by Morato as more and more times are coming out. And Nathan, it seems like provisionally David Sobrero is quickest once again.
Oh, he's back there again. He said he wasn't confident. Well, that lap time certainly is a 1:33.050 for David Sobrero, ahead of Julian Amann, back on the front row again. But Unai Morato back to where we expect to see him, up in third. And then, of course, yet again, Benjamin Jimenez clear, Nico Druzovic-Lazada back up where they were last time as well. Just their race starts didn't go to plan. But of course, for those that are sitting here wondering, well, how can I get involved? Well, of course, we have a race normally every month-ish. And the Open qualifiers for the next set of races to end off the Spring Championship is beginning on May the 13th at 3 p.m. Central Eastern Time, and then it will be, or Central European Time, then will end on May 22nd at 6 p.m. Central European Time. And then, of course, preparing for the race day, which will be on May the 24th. So it's around a month to go before we get started for the of course, final round of the RU3 Spring Championship. But here, Dan, is the qualifying results.
It's Sobrero on pole position once again, 5/10 clear of Julian Amann in second position, and it's a much better qualifying run from Unai Morato in third position. Jimenez clear starts in fourth, alongside Nico Druzovic-Lazada in fifth. Sixth position is Diego Gomez with Aaron Schutz in 7th, 8th is Navin Schwartzman, and Alvaro Garcia starts in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Joel Meyer, and then 11th position belongs to Stefano Capelli. Sebastian Volland starts in 12th, 13th belongs to Adrian Sanchez, and then Francesco Ritacco starts 14th, with the last representative lap time set by Michael Wavesick in 15th. A very disappointing run from Jan Frischknecht in 16th place, alongside Alessio Carnevale in 17th. And then on the back row of the grid, two drivers who finished third and fourth in the first race, Samuel Bartel and Lucas Egger. They flipped it around in qualifying, start on the back row of the grid. That'll be very disappointing to them. But David Sobrero, once again, Nathan, is on pole position, and he might as well have a scroll of Instagram whilst he's there.
Indeed. Julian Amann looking rather bored, sitting there in his cockpit, waiting for the race to start. Of course, it won't be long until we get started here for the race around Hungaroring. And of course, Unai Morato right up where we expect him to be. Of course, that failure to set a lap in Brands Hatch has certainly been rectified here in Hungaroring, as he starts P3 on the grid. And of course, turn 1, turn 2, turn 4 on the opening lap is where we'll see the chaos. So the main thing is, make it through there clean.
Absolutely, as here is Nico Druzovic-Lazada. He did not get through it clean on the first lap of Brands Hatch and in towards turn number 1 at Hungaroring. That is very, very scary, Nathan. I think over the many years of racing that circuit has seen across multiple different series, turn number 1 has been a hot spot for massive incidences. There was Diego Gomez. There is Aaron Schutz, who is he had a fantastic run in Brands Hatch. I'd imagine he will be looking to continue that on in Hungary. Navin Schwartzman as well. Just getting a look at these drivers once more, seeing how they prepare for the race. Alvaro Garcia looking very composed, as is Joel Meyer, just completely staring at us in the face. That was quite scary. There's Stefano Capelli. Again, these guys very focused, but then Sebastian Vollens, look at the crowd he's got behind him. A lot of support for Sebastian, it seems.
Got a big fan base, hasn't he? And also you have Yannick Fletcher and Ciro Zambra there as well behind with him. Of course, they'll be here later on in RU1, and we'll have a lot to talk about those two in particular. Two very competitive drivers at the top of RU Esports. And then here is Adrian Sanchez, one of our drivers over in Madrid. And I'm sure, Dan, there's a couple of RU2 and RU1 drivers in the background there. A whole heap of drivers sat on that sofa in the background watching the action live from Madrid. And there's Francesco Ritacco as well, and Michael Baversik as well in his rig. So it won't be long until we get underway here, Dan. I mean, let's throw the question of expectations. Who are you kind of looking at here in terms of fighting for a race win, especially for those that are new to the championship and might be just only tuning in for the first time? Who should we be watching?
I'm expecting Unai Morotto to return to form after a very difficult first race at Brands Hatch. Make sure you look out for him. Make sure you look out for David Sobrero. That this season really so far has been the tale of those two drivers. So watch out for the pair of them. But of course, there's Julian Amann that needs to be taken into consideration. What was an incredible, prolific overtaker last time by at Donington and Vallelunga. He's turned into a front runner now, has Julian Amann. So already there's development from these drivers, which is offered here by Racing Unleashed. Of course, these lounges are open to the public. You can come with your friends and family and just enjoy these. We've got 4 lounges across 3 countries. The flagship Zurich City. We've got Zurich Airport as well. This is the Madrid lounge that we have. And then we've had a couple of shots of the Munich lounge previously. So if you're within reach of any of these places, make sure you head on down. Distance is no barrier, Nathan. One of the RU1 drivers I spoke to a little bit earlier travels 400 kilometers to the Madrid lounge to turn up here to race. And here is the Munich lounge once again. So incredible places that we have here. And it shows the commitment of these drivers to turn up on a Sunday morning where you want to spend your day in bed, maybe have a big old breakfast. These drivers are up, ready and raring to race.
Indeed. Doing a lot more than we were, Dan. Up about 8 a.m. here in the UK, onto our desk, and we sit there and talk for 6 hours. They have to get up, travel to a lounge early in the morning, get prepared.
I was late.
They'll need to get some food on the way as well. Get, nice and fueled up, and then go into sweating racing here in the RU Esports series. And of course, I suppose the good thing is though, Dan, once these RU3 drivers are done and dusted for the day after this race, they can go home and relax. The RU2 drivers and RU1 drivers are yet to get ready. Of course, they've got a long afternoon ahead of them. Of course, we will have the RU2 and RU1 action later on this afternoon, as we can see a great shot here of the rear of the rigs. And you can look at the rear. I don't know, and I'm not going to explain because I'm not technical, but you could just see all the little different pipes and pieces of equipment which, add into that, motion system, which is just insane. And there is, I believe, the race control desk.
This is. Yes, this is.
We're very hard at work.
Race control team. They're all getting ready for this race. I believe on the desk to the left should be Connor and Seb. There is Seb and there is Connor, the 2 men of the moment. And so it is a fantastic scene that we have got here. And once again, this is something that these drivers, particularly in RU3, will not be used to. They don't have an official race control when they're racing at home on their own simulators. Maybe they've got stewards in any league that they're a part of, but there's no live stewarding like that we have here in Racing Unleashed. Hello, Nathan.
Do they have 12 screens? The stewards at home? I don't think they do. I do some stewarding here and there. I have 1 screen. I don't have 12 of them. And no, it just shows, doesn't it, that, you know, how serious this is taken, you know, by the staff here at RU and what they want to achieve in the world of sim race. And it's brilliant, isn't it, Dan? And, you know, maybe a couple of years down the line, once I can get us over there, me and you should go and take part in the Open Qualifiers. I'll drive us over to Germany. It's probably the closest one for us.
Yeah. I've been to Munich, and I didn't go to visit the lounge, and
disappointing, Dan.
I didn't know it existed at that point. I'm so sorry. Next time I'm there, I'm sure I will be going back. It's a beautiful part of the world. I would love to go to any of these places. I think the Zurich City one is the most appealing because there's a bar there, you know, and it's so, you know, if you crash out early on in your race.
Dan, I'm going to pretend I didn't see someone do 6-7 on the camera there. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Zero Zambra, have some shame.
Zero Zambra. Incredible stuff. We are just waiting on the entry list at the minute. So everyone is ready to go. The drivers have been notified of it. We're just having a couple of issues, which means we get a little bit more time to talk and just admire what we have got here. And you know, everyone's on standby. We should be heading into the race very, very soon to what is a brilliant circuit. I think it's a very difficult track to drive in racing, Nathan. On any platform that you choose, you know, it's a very tight, narrow track and can be incredibly close with other drivers. You're in very close proximity to them. It is a terrifying place to drive.
Oh, it certainly is. You can just tell by watching it. When you watch a track and you know it, and you can see it's hard, you know it's going to be a difficult track to get your way around. A lot of tracks you can watch and go, oh, I'd do a good job of that. I could settle up around here. Hungary, I don't think many would be that confident for sure. But of course, you can get involved in RU3 in the Open Qualifiers and take part in this championship as well. Of course, the next qualifying will be open on May the 13th, close on May the 22nd, and then of course May 24th is when we'll get underway for the next race day. At least you know though, Dan, because of course we do have the surprise races up until Friday. At least I know there won't be a Hungaroring or Brands Hatch. They can eliminate two of many tracks off their list.
And Donington and Vallelunga, don't forget those ones. They won't be going there. I'd imagine as well they probably wouldn't be taking them to Catalonia, where of course we were for RU1 and 2 last event, and then probably not Spa as well. It seems like the trend, I don't know if I'm just, you know, clutching at straws, but it seems like they prefer the tighter, narrower circuits in RU3. I think it suits the cars better as well. So, you know, maybe that's one for the drivers to make their predictions. We asked a couple of them where they wanted to go last time. I think some of them said Silverstone. Unfortunately, that hasn't quite panned out. But hey, maybe next event, as we're getting a couple more shots of the drivers. That's a really nice scene. Just two guys interacting with one another. I believe, I think that's Jan Frischknecht and then Sebastian Volans, if I'm not mistaken. You know, just having a little chat with one another, getting ready for the race ahead of them. And then we pan the camera across. This is Joel Mayer getting ready. Is he going to give us a little wave? Give us a little smirk. We are just waiting for the start of the race. Slight delay on the server getting underway. That wasn't Jan Frischknecht, unfortunately. But nevertheless, I'll get all their faces right eventually. But Nathan, I mean, we've got a couple minutes to kill here. What do we even talk about? I mean, I want to know all about these rigs that they've got here.
Oh, the rigs are insane. The rigs are really good. And I think one thing I want to talk about though is prize pool. Of course, not here in RU3, but over in RU2 and RU1, there's money on the line. In the Swiss currency, there's 122,000 available, which is around 115,000 available in the Elite Championship. And I mean, we'll talk more into it in details later on, but of course, Zero Zambra has funded a test day, you know, in a Mercedes-AMG GT3 through Racing Unleashed. I mean, that is an example of what Racing Unleashed can provide for drivers, isn't it?
And is that an espresso martini at this time? My goodness me.
Yeah, smiley at us.
He's chuffed with it, and it was nice to see the bar staff as well, getting a little look at them. I can speak from experience. It's a tough job, but I think being in this environment is incredible to see. But Nathan, we have got a nice little treat. We have got Seb Hawkins in the commentary box. We'll see him in just a moment's time, but normally it's in the race, so I've been caught off guard here. I've not got any questions prepped for him. Seb, are you here?
I am here. How are you?
I'm fantastic on this brilliant morning, getting ready for this race. How is everything down at Zurich? How is it sitting next to Connor?
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I've just left him. We've just got a little server that we're managing on at the minute, just the technicalities of making something like this happen. But just ensuring that things are good on our side before we get going. Tiny little break here. But what I'm looking at is a very sunny Zurich. Lots of people in the lounge. It's an awesome venue. And yeah, we're looking forward to going racing.
Yeah, talk us through about the vibe here today. I mean, we've seen shots of the Zurich lounge, and it looks much busier than it did last time by. Surely everyone is raring to go today.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. And we get to see parents coming along and supporting their son or daughter taking part in RU3, which I think is something which, we're all not used to. I think it's a new time of sim racing, which is awesome, but also this digital space, right? The ability for people to come down and watch this as a sport as it grows. I think sim racing's always notoriously been hidden away. We have the LAN events now and again, but it's great to have this opportunity to bring people in. Food, drink, sun shining. I mean, we can't complain. But what I love the most is that all these drivers are taking it so seriously. It's a really big effort from everybody, and we've seen a good standard of drivers coming in for their first time. I mean, it's the first time many of them have raced in a competitive environment like this. So, you've got to give them the props to their efforts, and it's really nice to see it.
Yeah, talk us through what these drivers can really learn in RU3. Of course, it's not necessarily a division of skill, but it's more of the experience. They've not been a part of the sim racing scene like the RU1 and RU2 drivers have. But yeah, surely so much to be learned in an environment like this.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, the big takeaway from something like this is, sim racing at home is nice and comfortable because we're in an environment we can control. But when you come here, you're in a cockpit, your vision's changed. The variables you would have at home to make things easy, they've been removed. So it's interesting for drivers to come in and adapt. Some of them having simulators at home, some of them only training with us and coming in the weeks before the event like this and to practice. So we've got this varied level of drivers, and it's good. It presents an opportunity for the drivers that can switch on, develop and adapt during the situation. And it gives them an opportunity to go away at the front of the field. But also it's an opportunity at RU3 to learn what you're good at, where you need to improve and to keep coming back. And if you make your way up through the ecosystem, then awesome. Otherwise, you've got an opportunity to keep coming back, keep working on those skills. And it's like going to the gym. It's about those repetitions of how many times you do it, how many times that you experience different scenarios so that you can come away from it stronger as a driver. And that's both mentally, a little bit physically. We've got motion sims here. It's a different perspective. It's a different feel. But these drivers are absolutely loving it, which is the big key takeaway from us.
Of course, Seb, and one thing to touch on as well is the driver ranking system. Of course, that's a key part of the uniqueness here of the RU Esports series, an opportunity for drivers to jump into the open qualifiers, take part in something brand new, and if they find the pace quickly, get themselves nestled in, they can move straight up to RU2. But of course, there's also the opportunity to stay, develop, and then move up in the future. I mean, how does that look, seeing drivers move from RU3 to 2, and then of course in the future up to RU1?
Yeah, I mean, the way that I position this is that if you are quick enough when you come off the street into one of our venues, you have an opportunity to go to the top of the industry of sim racing. And that opportunity, I don't think, has presented itself in a simple, linear way before in our industry. And we've seen elements of draft processes that pick up talent. But here it's really a case of if you've got the talent and you've got the commitment and you put the energy and effort in, you can go right to the top. So from my standpoint, I'm really excited to see these drivers. We've had our first wave go through to RU2, and we've seen the competition there is awesome. So again, finding more talent, which means that those that have made it have got that jeopardy of people are hot on their heels, but it also keeps everybody pushing, and it means that we keep finding the talent of the future, which is, from my side, one of the biggest reasons we do what we do, to give opportunities and to find the future talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is a sight to behold when these young guys, we've got drivers as young as 15, 16 years old, mixing it in with some incredibly experienced racers. It really is such an exciting plane that Racing Unleashed is able to provide for us, and being a part of that, myself personally, incredible to be a part of. I'm sure Nathan and yourself, Seb, are the exact same. Talk us through what it's like in the race control area. I think it's a very unappreciated part of sim racing on the whole, and especially when it's in a live scenario.
Yeah, I think we all saw race one, so they've been busy going through a few different incidents, and again, we pride ourselves on the sporting operations that we do here, and we look through every incident to its fullest and allow drivers to add their incidents in if they need to be reviewed. And from our side, we spend a lot of time just making sure that they're being done properly. And yeah, I mean, it's great having a race control team here. There's a lot of work that needs to be done behind the scenes to make sure that information's collected, reviewed, and then shared with the drivers. And with 4 different races today, it keeps them busy. But yeah, it's going well. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are hard workers. I know Nathan does some stewarding on the side of things, but not quite to the level that the race control area does. But yeah, being a part of this, being in Zurich, there being alongside those rigs, I want to know more about them. I mean, they are such a fascinating piece of equipment. I want to know, are any parts of these stuff that a consumer can go and buy?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can go and buy one of the full simulator setups. It's an incredible operation that we have over in Maranello that produce these simulators. And when they get delivered and we see them out at events, it's a joy. I mean, they're really incredible pieces of kit, and they're different to the home simulator you have, right? They're a different perspective, different seating position to echo that of what we see in Formula Racing, and it's a different perspective for these drivers to get used to. Like I said before, it's about drivers adapting to the machinery they've got around them. Which is true to what we see in real life racing. So it's really nice to see. I think it's my time to go back to my role, but yeah, we're definitely going to see some good racing now in RU3.
Well, thank you so much, Seb, for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking to you later on. I believe the entry list is ready, so we can head back over.
Sure, thank you.
Very soon. But thank you so much for coming along. And now, Nathan, I believe it is time for us to hopefully, fingers crossed, get racing.
Yes, not long to go until we can start racing. And then, of course, we'll get started shortly. Of course, Hungaroring, a tricky track ahead. Many laps of racing around here, of course, as RU3 will end off their morning here. I'd imagine by the time we hit around maybe 12:15, we'll be done and dusted. Then, of course, we'll be back for the RU2 Championship at Spa, and then after that, RU1 at Spa as well. So lots of racing over the course of the morning and afternoon, and hopefully, Dan, it won't be too long till we get started. I mean, yet again, David Sobrero, the driver to keep an eye on, but Yuno Morato in third has got a big chance to go back ahead and maybe go for his third win in 4 races.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult race for him at Brands Hatch. He got caught out early in that massive collision there, but he's starting from third today. As Nathan, take us through the grid.
Indeed, it's David Sobrero on pole, the same front 2 as it was before, as Amani's in second place. Third will be going the way of Unai Barotto. Fourth on the grid is Benjamin Jimenez Clear, who didn't get a lap in the first qualifying session. Ahead, behind him is Nico Drozovic Lazada and Diego Gomez behind. Then it's Aaron Schutz, who's got a better starting position this time compared to before, ahead of Nevin Schwartzman. And then it's Alvaro Garcia as we end up rounding off the top 10. It's Joel Meyer, who starts ahead of Stefano Capelli, who's also found improvements since his first qualifying position. Sebastian Valance, who's got the crowd behind him, starts ahead of Adrian Sanchez, and then it's going to be Francesco Ritacco ahead of Michael Vaversik, who's had a better qualifying. And then we have our final 4 drivers. It's Lucas Egger, not where we expect to see him in the field. Jan Frischknecht as well. I think we can say the same thing for him. Samuel Bartel is on the back row of the field alongside Alessio Carnevale. But of course, Frischknecht there and Egger down at the back 6. We expected to see them back up in the top 5 again as we do get ready for racing here around the Hungaroring. We'll see the lights pop up on our screens very, very shortly. Of course, it is 12 laps of racing, Dan. A little bit before we get started, let's go for your top 3 prediction quickly.
That is a big ask of me. I'm going to say Unai Marotta will take the win of this one. Sobrero will finish in 2nd position. I'm going to say 3rd place. Goodness me. I have no clue whatsoever. I'll say Jimenez clear. Why not?
You could have said anybody, and then that covers you for 3rd spot, Dan. But it won't be long until we get started for racing. We can see the lights on the top of our screens. The engines are getting ready to be revved up here around the Hungaroring, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th lights on the screen. Long wait, and it's go for Hungaroring. A great start from David Sobrero, but really not a good start from Julian Amann in 2nd place as we head our way immediately down to turn 1, already 3 wide between 2nd, 3rd and 4th as we head onto the brakes, and this is where things get dicey. A couple of locks from cars ahead. There's a few drivers going off track. I think there Unai Marotta was caught up in something. Still in 3rd place. Further back there's contact as one car launched up into the air as we head down towards turn number 2. A great move, and Unai Marotta goes into P2, Dan, and a hectic start. There's a couple of drivers going off circuit here.
Yeah, carnage further back down the order. I'm not quite sure where that stems to. I think it is 13th downwards. We're all involved in a massive bit of contact further back behind. That is a real shame for those guys. They've still got 12 laps, and there's another car taking a spin. I'm not quite sure who that was. I think it was Jimenez clear as Alvaro Garcia. He's right on the rear of Jan Frischknecht. He's had a good start. He's been able to avoid all of the drama. I'm not quite sure who that actually was that spun. I think Jimenez clears fine. It might have been Ritaco. I'm not quite sure. Nevertheless, Nathan, coming towards the end of the 1st lap, we expected this at Hungaroring, that it was going to be carnage at turn number 1, and I'm pretty sure that we saw the truest extent of that. But at the front of the order, Nathan, it's been kept very, very clean.
Certainly has been, and of course in the championship, after what we saw in the 1st race at Brands Hatch, I do believe that David Sobrero might be in the lead of the championship heading into the Hungaroring, and there we'll be having a chance to extend it even more heading out of Hungary. The good thing is these two are both in Madrid, so it means that they'll both get promoted to RU2 if things stay the same in the Madrid lane. So these two get another P1 and P2, you'd imagine. There's even a chance it could all be done and dusted before we even get to round 5 and 6, and they could be making their way to RU2 already, as this is Aaron Schutz in P7 at the moment, as Lucas Egger. What a start from Lucas Egger, starting down in 15th, up to P8 already. And of course showing his skill from what we saw in the 1st race when he took the podium. What's happened ahead? A car's gone off, I believe, and that's Unai Marotta.
Oh dear, mistake there from Unai Marotta. At turn number 4, you touched on that in qualifying. It's an incredibly tricky corner, and I think the nerves might be getting to the better of Unai today, and that comes once again from being inexperienced in especially conditions like this. It's no slights on the talent of a driver that they make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Even the greatest drivers of all time will make mistakes. You've just got to learn to bounce back from them as best you can. So Marotta, with a slight incident, he's been able to keep on to 5th position. I think if he lost the car completely in a spin, it'll be a whole different story as to, you know, the tail of this race and possibly his championship hopes. But nevertheless, he continues at the end of lap number 2. Good start from Jan Frischknecht. He's been able to get up into 10th position now, and the fastest lap goes towards Julian Amann, closing the gap to David Sobrero, who, Nathan, has had a brilliant getaway in towards the 3rd lap of this race.
Oh, certainly. Sobrero has been flying in this one, a little bit like what we saw in Brands Hatch. Held the lead from the start after a brilliant launch, and then just keeps pulling away as here's Jan Frischknecht at the moment, making his way through the field. At the moment he's sitting P9, so another driver that's made their way back into the top 10 after starting near the back of the field. And of course I do want to say a quick hello to everybody over in the YouTube chats. Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, wherever you're watching in the world. Great to see you all in here with us. Of course, let us know who you are here supporting today, or if you're not here supporting anyone, let us know you know, what you've enjoyed so far during the course of the opening one, and a little bit of racing here at the RU3 Championship, as here's Lucas Egger, who's still up in the top 8, as closing down Aaron Schutz now, who's up in the top 7. So you can imagine a move could be on shortly for Lucas Egger. But for those that don't know much about the Hungaroring, for those that are new, this track is notorious when it comes to overtaking. You can't. It's so difficult to overtake. So that's why when we said earlier, qualifying down was so important.
Yeah, turn number 1 is definitely the catalyst for 90% of the overtakes around this circuit. You can get it done at turn number 2, possibly at the hairpin of turn number, I want to say 6 and 7. I think that's right. As a man sets another fastest lap of this race, closing the gap to David Sobrero in front of him. Lucas Egger is getting very close to the rear of Aaron Schutz, who goes defensive towards the inside line. We see the classic switchback maneuver executed by Lucas on the podium at Brands Hatch, having to do a recovery drive from a bad qualifying at Hungaroring. Can't quite pull the switchback off. It's great defensive work from Aaron Schutz, and they've kept it very, very clean between the pair of them.
Of course, and you know, this is part of the development stage as well. You know, in RU1 and RU2, most of the time, if you're a driver that fights for pole every race, or in general has the pace to, you're going to be up in the top 5 all the time, realistically. It's going to be very rare you make a mistake, where it's here in RU3 for drivers that are starting to, you know, gain some experience and are driving around tracks they might not normally have done before. It's going to happen where they're going to have a poor qualifying, and that's an example there for Lucas Egger and for Jan Frischknecht. Very good on pace, but a little bit more prone to mistakes than those in the higher levels. So it's a good bit of experience here, because they're going to learn racecraft here, fighting through a field, making their way up, and also you've got to have racing IQ, which when you sit here and watch, you think, oh, he shouldn't go for a move here, he should go for a move there. Well, when you're in the cockpit, it's a lot different, and you've got to judge things a lot differently to when you watch. So that's the type of things that Egger and Frischknecht will be learning, making their way through the field when they know they've got top pace on the grand scheme of things, as the fastest lap going the way of David Sobrero. And then talking about him quickly as well, when you're in a leading spot, it's very easy to just keep going quicker because you've got no pressure from anybody behind. Of course, Julian Amann, that gap's fluctuating. It's around 1.5 to 2 seconds. Sobrero knows he's got the general pace. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, he's not under pressure. So you might as well keep going faster, trying to extend that gap and seeing what you can do in the course of the race. And then, of course, Nico Drzevic-Lazada, first race in the RU3 Championship first race event this season. He's fighting for a podium, doing a great job at it, but he's got a very quick driver behind. So there's so many different stories to look at here and different scenarios.
Absolutely, and that is, you know, the joy from RU3. I think that no race is the same. This is such a tightly contested field, and although there's plenty of incidents to be had along the way, these guys are still very, very close on pace because it's a level playing field. Everyone's got the exact same piece of equipment. There's no difference in the fidelity of your force feedback that you have when someone's driving on a belt system compared to a direct drive. You know, it's a completely level playing field here. These drivers are only separated by their skill and intelligence when it comes to racing, and that has bred this fantastically close grid here. We've got a very tight fight for 7th position at the moment. Lucas Egger and Jan Frischknecht are right on the rear of Aaron Schutz. It's another fastest lap for Julian Amann, who is reeling in David Sobrero ever so slightly. Here comes Lucas Egger in towards the first corner. Schutz will go defensive to the inside line. Lucas Egger around the outside later on the brakes. Can he execute this one with the momentum from the swinging outside? He'll have the inside now for the next left-hander at turn number 2. And this should be the move sealed for him. We go on board with Aaron Schutz, and there's been a slight touch from Jan Frischknecht in behind, I believe. And they've kept it nice and tidy, but a great move from Lucas Egger there.
Indeed, really much needed move as well for Egger to now look to close in on the back of Benjamin Jimenez-Clear, who's doing a great job in 6th at the moment. But then for lots of Egger and Frischknecht, who are the 2 examples of moving up the field, they've now got the 6 that are really quick. So that's when it becomes harder now to make moves, because it's not like you've got a big pace advantage over everybody else ahead. And so they all make their way through. And Aaron Schutz as well, a driver that's done a great job so far in the first 2 races. Qualifying's not been his forte, But in the race, he's done a great job of keeping out of incidents and just moving forward and making some really good moves. And that's, I think, one of the main things the drivers are going to learn here, isn't it? About racecraft and how to move forward in a race rather than qualifying.
Absolutely. It really is just such a brilliant place to learn and grow as a driver compared to racing against the computer on your own in your bedroom. You know, you're in an environment where you're around drivers who are on the same level of you or possibly better than you, which I think is the best way to learn. It is just by racing other people who are faster than you and learning from them. And you can do that in a place like this, and I'm sure that these guys will be learning from each other as they head along in towards turn number 2. Lucas Egger has got through on Jimenez clear there as Unai Morotto down the inside of Druzovic Lazada and has made a nice move there to get his way up into P3, back where he started in this race. But now, Nathan, at the cost of being 6.6 seconds to the rear of Julian Amann.
Indeed, yes. Amann and Sobrero are flying up ahead, aren't they, in the front at the moment. 5 laps to go in this one, and you'd imagine without mistakes those two will take the win here in the RU3 race here at the Hungaroring. Of course, there's still 2 races to go in the Spring Championship, and with the fact we have the half, well, for RU2 it's a mid-season driver ranking change, whereas in the RU3 it's just 2 separate championships. Of course, the top 2 from each of the lounges will be promoted to RU2. So then a big opportunity to go from racing here, which is just to learn, to learn the simulator a bit, learn how to have some racecraft, get some pace, thrown into a championship with drivers that maybe have even raced in RU1 in the past. Some of the veterans of Racing Unleashed who have just, maybe not found their time in RU1, have been dropped down to RU2. You've got drivers that have moved up from RU3 as well. You've got a more difficult field to fight with, but the likes of Morotto and Sobrero, Amann, for example, I don't think they'd have any issue up there, would they really? I think they'd be fine and would settle in quite well, but then it's about getting to that next level, which is RU1. And some of those guys are absolute aliens on track, aren't they? They are insanely quick.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of, guest drivers in RU1, one of them being a very familiar name in sim racing, Fabrizio Donoso. And among so many other just incredible drivers, but I think he's a name that sort of most people associate with. Of course, he's been a part of the league racing scene for what feels like, actually, what is in reality over 10 years. I was going to say for about 10 years, but it genuinely has been about 10 years that he's been a part of the sim racing scene, and we've got him in this series alongside a fantastic grid that you will be seeing later on. And it will be a real challenge for these drivers once they shuffle along to work out who they're really fighting against and how they actually stack up against these fantastic seasoned legends of the sim racing scene. So watch that space once we get towards the mid-season break in RU2. The shuffle up, where we see some of the RU3 drivers today possibly racing in the second division, the development stage, as Sobrero takes the fastest lap of this race. He's found his bearings in this one once more. He's done a fantastic job to stretch the advantage to Julian Amann, who I gotta say, Nathan, has kept him pretty humble in this one, despite not directly challenging him. It's not been like David Sobrero, not like in the first race, has completely romped away with this one.
Now was Egger there under pressure there from Jimenez Clear as they make their way back down towards turn number 2. And on the outside is Jimenez Clear, the inside is Lucas Egger, and I think Egger's just about held on to it. A bit of contact with the car ahead, has lost out that position on the outside potentially to Jimenez Clear. Somehow gets back ahead, and of course has allowed Jan Frischnecht in behind as well as they head up to turn 4. It's too wide as they make their way up for 7th and 8th. Off the track goes Frischnecht, does go ahead as they head their way into turn 5. But before all of this began, Dan, I was going to say as well, we've got drivers here who have got some experience in sim race, but also in some real forms of motorsport. And one that caught my eye when I was looking through earlier on from some of the drivers' information was that Stefano Capelli, P12 at the moment, has actually got 4 years racing in motorcycles, which is just insane. Cars are something, but motorbike racing to me is another level. I could never imagine myself on a motorbike, never mind overtaking somebody with my leg on the floor at 120 miles an hour.
it's mental, the backgrounds that all of these drivers have. And I've not quite compiled all the information that we got from the drivers, Nathan. Of course, we've been talking to them over the course of this week and learning about who they are as people and as drivers. But, you know, it's really great to see everyone from such different backgrounds coming together and racing in this equal environment. Here comes Lucas Egger towards the outside line of Navin Schwartzman in towards turn number 1. A slight bit of contact from them there. Jan Frischknecht could get his way into the fight now and in towards turn number 2, looking to the outside line of Lucas Egger, who was on the attack, now on the defensive, and Jan Frischknecht soaring around the outside, has the inside for turn number 3, but goes off circuit himself, nearly drops the car. Oh my goodness me, and this will invite Lucas Egger in towards turn number 4. A brilliant battle. Navin Schwartzman's off the circuit. Jimenez clear. Now dips a tyre into the grass and is off the track. This is a 5-car fight, 4-car fight now after Jimenez clears, spun out, and there goes Frischknecht in towards Schwartzman's rear right tyre, and they make contact. And what was a fantastic battle of racing wits and talent has unfortunately unfolded in what I must say, Nathan, was quite a predictable way.
Well, that was always going to happen. A car launches it into the chicane. It's a given there's going to be contact. I don't think I've ever saw drivers make it through there cleanly. And not just because of the drivers, because of how difficult of a corner it is. As we also see a couple of cars behind as well, still getting involved in the battling. There's Alvaro Garcia, that's leading that little train with for 8th place, and still Schwartzman and Frischknecht in 10th and 11th, still trying to battle it out for position after a very, very heated couple of moments there on the penultimate lap of the race. And of course, David Sobrero and Julian Amann haven't had any of this because they've got a lead, or at least they've got first and second. They can just pull away. They haven't got to worry about these battles. As here is Frischknecht. Will he go for a move? No. But ahead, oh, that's ascended to turn 1 by Schwartzman, and it works out.
Well, it was a bit of a naughty overtake there. Of course, we've got live stewarding here in all 3 series of Racing Esports Unleashed Esports. Well, I don't know what I've just said there, but nevertheless, they've got the live stewarding here today, and I'm sure they'll be having a look at that move from Navin Schwartzman, who it was effectively a push to pass, and it wasn't the button that you get to use, because they don't have that capability in these RU3 cars. Jan Frischknecht, though, still following in the wheel tracks of Schwartzman, and despite their incident, they are still 9th and 10th position at the minute on lap number 11. Nathan, we're coming towards the end of this race. 1 tour of the circuit left to go this time by. It's now or never for these drivers.
Certainly is, and I'd imagine that this battle will resume between these two because they have been so close together all race long. I don't think any of them want to yield that 9th position here in this race. Of course, behind them is Joel Meyer, so if they get close again, you know, if they get into some dicey racing, Joel Meyer will be there, you know, of course, to maybe capitalise and make his way through. And of course, Alvaro Garcia will be very happy to hopefully come home in 8th as well and make it 2 top 10s. Of course, the first 2 races that we had last month didn't quite go to plan, of 14th and 18th. So he's found some vast improvement, and we're going to see that with a lot of drivers as well. Sometimes it just takes a couple of races to get into confidence, and then you can fly off really and do some great racing. As both of them go deep into the first quarter, Dan, this is real racing, and they know they're battling for position here.
Yeah, it really is something special. I mean, I thought Frischknecht was going to be a bit more cautious on the brakes and wait for Schwartzman to make a mistake, but instead he made one on his own, and they both lost time there. Joel Meyer, though, has fallen off the back of this train ever so slightly as we check back in with David Sobrero, who's been kept very close company with Julian Amann, but with just maybe 5 or 6 corners left to go. It seems like Julian Amann's hopes of winning this race, Nathan, are running out as Cabrero just got 3 more corners to go.
Indeed, not long left now for David Sobrero to cross the line and take that win. Of course, first 2 races that we had last month was 2nd and 3rd. He got his first win last time out in Brands Hatch, and it'll be, as it seems, 2 wins in 2 races in event 2 here in the RU3 Spring Championship 2026. It's David Sobrero that crosses a line and takes a win here in the Hungaroring. And it's P2 for Julian Amann, another podium for him to add to his CV. And Unai Marotta will cross the line in 3rd after a mistake in the opening parts of the race and losing gates on the podium. Then it's Druzovic, Lazada and Lucas Eggert that reigned off the top 5 down.
Yeah, incredible race. And it is David Sobrero once again taking victory. You said it's his second race his second win in race number 2 and event number 2. So it's all 2s all round, but it's number 1 for Sobrero for today. A clean sweep of races. Again, it's another Grand Slam win for him in this one. He took the fastest lap in the end. So really a dominant display from him there, whereas closest rival in the championship thus far, Unai Morotto, you gotta say, has not been at his best. Sandwiching, those two are sandwiching a very impressive Julian Amann in P2. A great podium for them today. We will be hearing from David in just a few moments' time. But Nathan, RU3, that is the drivers done for the day. And you gotta say, a great bout of racing from all of them.
That was brilliant. You know, my first 2 races here in Racing Unleashed in the commentary box, and they're 2 of the best races I've seen in a long time in general. Really good racing between all of our drivers on the grid. Of course, 2 tracks as well, which I actually think helped out. At first I thought, oh, it's going to be tricky around these 2, but they had some brilliant racing, didn't they?
Yeah, it was really something special there as Julian Amann getting out of the cockpit there. He seems satisfied with his racing today. It's 2 podiums for him. We will be hearing from David Sobrero in just a few moments' time, heading over to the Madrid lounge. But again, these guys all very happily giving each other just that little bit of encouragement and kudos, I suppose, at the end. What a dap there as well, Nathan, as we head in towards the interview, towards the Madrid lounge. We will be hearing from David Sobrero in just a few moments' time. There he is, David. Once again, another race. Another race win. You were not confident heading into this one. What changed?
Yep, I wasn't. Qualifying, I felt weird because my lap honestly felt kind of poor, but was enough to the pole position, so I cannot complain. Then on the race, I did the same as in the first one. First lap, good start, good getaway, but then the second lap, I lost a bit of confidence with the slide, as I'm pushing flat out every time just to get the fastest lap, which fortunately I think I got it. But yeah, I made a lot more mistakes than I was expecting to, because with the off-camber corners here, it's super easy to lock the front, and that's what I did. I was locking the front so much. My tires were really bad, but yeah, I mean, no reason to push at the end, so I was just cruising and still got the win, so yeah, cannot complain.
Yeah, well, you're talking on your mistakes, but they are very, very few and far between. I mean, 2 races you competed in today. It was a Grand Slam win in both. Surely that's got to mean something to you.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. The pace with Julian is really close, so again, it's a matter of seeing who can finish the race with less mistakes, and starting ahead, of course, is a huge advantage, especially for the beginning. So yeah, I'm trying to compose myself and do a better job on qualifying, which I did now, so yeah, I think it was good. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be here on the next round, but if I am, I'm going to be looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, it was incredible to see you today. Just quickly before we go, before we hand you over to Nathan, actually, I just want to know what it's like in the lounge after, of course, you've just spent 2 races competing against these guys, nearly 2 hours of racing. What's it like, you know, being right next to them, which is a sensation you don't really get in regular sim racing?
Yeah, this is cool. You know, you can see everyone, you can see everyone's emotions, you can speak with people after, before the races, something you cannot get in sim racing. I always like this environment, gives us a bit more of a soul and more, I don't know, we just feel better, you know. I'm a bit tired because honestly I just arrived here in Madrid this morning. I only got 1 hour of sleep, so I probably don't look as good as I was last time. But yeah, it's pretty tough, the logistic to come here from me. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this experience, so that's why I'm trying to come here, and yeah, it's cool.
Of course, and a great race there, David. You know, if you can hold on in round 5 and round 6, of course, if you're here or not, to that top 2 Madrid. I mean, that could mean you've been promoted up to RU2, which is another big step, in your career here at RU Esports Series. I mean, what's kind of the thoughts for you with that, being a potential happen for you coming shortly?
It's great, surely. I mean, I think the jump from RU2 to RU3, from RU3 to RU2 is quite big. But honestly, looking at the results right now, I hope I can carry the confidence, and maybe with a little bit more practice, I can be where I went to in RU2. So yeah, I'm gonna work for that, and let's see.
Perfect. Well, Damien, thanks for popping in for an interview with us. It was a pleasure to have you here, and it seems, Dan, we are now getting ready to end off what has been a great RU3 morning and afternoon.
Absolutely. RU3 Event 2 is in the books. Thank you so much, David, for joining us once again in the interview. We will let you go off and enjoy what was a fantastic day of racing for all of those guys in RU3. We're going to take a short break. We'll lead you on to the highlights from that race, and then you will join us back again for RU2 action at Spa.
RU Esports Series, a new era of sim racing, built for the world's fastest drivers, competed live and broadcast globally. With one of the largest prize pools in sim racing, RU Esports rewards performance at the highest level, across every race and across the entire season. The RU Esports Series is built on a clear competitive ecosystem. RU3 is the global entry point, open to anyone ready to compete. RU2 is the development tier, where rising talent proves they belong. RU1 is the flagship championship, the pinnacle of Racing Unleashed competition. Performance decides everything. Promotion and relegation ensure the best drivers rise, and every position must be earned. Unlike traditional online competitions, RU Esports is competed live, in person, at Racing Unleashed lounges around the world. Every driver races on identical simulators, under broadcast conditions, in a true professional esports environment. Each event is delivered with broadcast-level production, live timing, telemetry, and global streaming, bringing elite sim racing to fans everywhere. This is the pathway to the top of sim racing. This is the RU Esports Series.
Welcome back in, everyone, to what was to the post-race reaction of what was an incredible RU3 event. We now jump over to RU2, the developmental tier here in the Racing Unleashed Esports Series. That will make it very, very exciting. Of course, they are competing for the chance to race in RU1. Here is a look at your calendar. And of course, we are event number 3. It is Spa-Francorchamps. Imola is next month in May. Then we got the long break from race number 4 and 5 to the Nürburgring in September. Suzuka is in October. Race number 7 is Interlagos, and then Silverstone is the final race of the season. Nathan, it is a fantastic calendar for this series, which of course in RU2 and RU1 offers prize money to the drivers.
Yes, it certainly does. For the season in RU2, it's 9,000 Swiss francs for the champion. Second is 2,500. Third is 1,600. Then it goes down in intervals of 100 to 200. And then, of course, 10th wins 150. Then, of course, there's also prizes per race as well. The winner takes 900 Swiss francs. Second takes 500. And third takes 350. Then, of course, Dan, RU1, 20,000 for the for the champion, 3,000 per race win. So your champion's looking at maybe 20, maybe 25, 30,000 Swiss francs won. And of course, we'll talk about it later on. We mentioned it a couple of times. There's drivers here that have actually funded a racing career through Racing Unleashed and the prize money.
Yeah, it's a total of 116,000 Swiss francs, if I'm not mistaken, that is on offer for these drivers. As here is a look at the championship standings for RU2. Nestor Garcia won last time out in his home race at Catalunya. He leads the way on 74 points ahead of Tim Potsmader on 45. Just 1 point ahead of Adrian Gomez in third position. Lioski in fourth on 41 is ahead of Patrick Dubac on 39. Sixth position is Timothy Sperazan on 32, just 1 point clear of Roberto Miguez on 31. Eighth place is Harris Skinderi on 30, so it's just 2 points separating those three drivers. And then 1 point further back is Ivan Marino, incredibly close in the top 10 of RU2 with Jamie Ego on at the rounding out the top 10 with David Verthrich in 11th. 12th is Melvin Liopi on 20 points, and Guzman Miguelez is 13th on 18 points, with Walter Troninger on 16 points in 14th. Andrew Christoffel is 15th ahead of Tyler Sieber, Lawrence Stump, Mark Gameth, and then Xavier Schmidt and Maximilian Nares rounding out the championship. But so far, Nathan, Nestor Garcia, this has been the race, the season that is all his. He has completely dominated the way so far.
Yeah, 2 poles, 2 wins, 2 fastest laps, and 2 podiums. I mean, it only gets as good as that, doesn't it, for Nestor Garcia, who of course has actually done a lot of sim racing in the past. Of course, started in 2009 when I was 5 years old, and of course drove for Red Bull Sim Racing in the V10R League a couple of years ago as well. So he's got some LAN experience as well, which is great to see. And of course, he's take part in the R-Racing World Championships, the Dirt World Championship. He's done a little bit of everything, has Nestor Garcia. And at 34, he's got a lot of experience in his back. So I'm not too surprised he's leading as much as he is. But of course, he's got to hold on to it now throughout the remainder of the season.
And I think the most interesting fact of the day is that the 2 championship leaders of Nestor Garcia and Tim Potsmader is the difference in their age. So Nestor Garcia started sim racing in 2009, and in that same year, Tim Potsmader was born. So the 2 championship rivals effectively have been alive in sim racing for the exact same amount of time, which I think is so funny. It's so incredible, and it's a little fun fact that we always love to see here, as we're just getting a little run through of all of the drivers that we have got on offer today. It is Miguez in the Madrid lounge. We just saw Sperazan in the Zurich City. We are headed soon towards qualifying. Here's Harris Skinderi in the Zurich airport, I want to say. Nestor Garcia in Madrid once again. Qualifying should be underway. You can see the drivers getting ready to go in these fantastic simulators with 3-dimensional motion capabilities. It really is something to behold.
Course, and we're now in the RU2 cars, another level up here in terms of car, and they sound brilliant as well, a lot like what we hear in real life, if you know what I'm alluding to. And of course, these cars are brought to you by Race Sim Studio, the RU3, RU2 and the RU1 car. So some brilliant pieces of machinery on track, and of course the drivers use some great machinery off track to drive these cars. There's Xavier Schmidt at the moment making his way around the circuit. And of course, 18 drivers taking part here in this qualification, and ready for the race, which I imagine will be really, really chaotic. Around Spa, the main thing is around here, compared to what we saw in RU3, a lot more opportunities to overtake. The track's wider as well. We're going to see a lot on the opening lap, I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's going to be plenty of drama to be had. Of course, there's the strategic element of the push to pass. These drivers get 8 deployments of that system per race. So we will see how effectively they use it. We don't really have an indicator. It's all just a visual tell, and you really can tell. So down the Camel Straight is definitely where we're going to see plenty of drivers getting on to that button and really pushing each other to the absolute limit. As here is Xaver Schmid at the moment, just heading around this circuit. And you're absolutely right, Nathan, these cars sound incredible. These RSS, these machines that they've created are really something to behold. As to come across the line, Xaver Schmid, Nathan, will get us underway for a lap.
Indeed. So we have got some laps coming through. Some will be a little bit more competitive than others. It just depends how quick they were on their 8 laps. But they'll all be beginning their venture here around Spa, as all of them are just crossing the line to begin their first and only lap they'll get here in qualifying 7. And of course, Nesta Garcia, you'd imagine, is one of the drivers that will be looking to fight for that pole position. And as well, one thing we saw is 4 of the drivers on the podium. Potsmoda, Lehotski, we saw Dubak, and also Miguez on the podium as well. So those 4 have all been up near the top. So there's a little bit more of a spread of competition here, rather than in RU3 where there's kind of 2 or 3 drivers that we always keep an eye on. There's at least 5, 6, 7 drivers here who all have that chance to fight for the top spot. So qualifying as well will be very interesting and very important, because if you're starting P6 and you're on pace with everybody else ahead, it's going to be so hard to make a move ahead of them all.
Absolutely. And that is really the excitement of RU2, how close they are in competition with each other, as headed downhill through Puon. Xaver Schmid is looking very strong on this lap at the minute. He's hitting all of his markers, as now in towards La Fagna. There's about 10 different names for this corner. He's doing good on his run at the minute. You can see the driver cam that has just gone away. He looks incredibly focused, now approaching the final sector. He's at the very bottom of this circuit, which I believe has got an elevation change. It's roughly between 60 and 70 meters of elevation change, which is just massive. It's incredible how varied this track really is. It's one of the greatest circuits in the world. As now Xaver Schmid is headed in towards the final corner at the bus stop, which isn't really a bus stop anymore, and to get onto the power for the final time, he will come across the line to complete this lap. It's going to be a 2-minute 1.819 from him there, as now everyone else will come across the line to complete their laps. Xaver Schmid is dropping down the order in towards 14th position, but it is Tim Potsmader, Nathan, on pole position.
Look at the gaps there, Dan. The top 13 are separated by just over a second. The top 5 are separated by 3.5 tenths of a second. So close here in qualifying. And of course, Tim Potsmader takes pole the first time, and anybody else, apart from Nesta Garcia, has took pole here in the RU2 Championship. And of course, Patrick Dubak joins him on the front row as well in 2nd place. And then Guzman Miguelez as well, up into 3rd in the standings. He's down in 13th. So to qualify 4th, big opportunity for him to score some big points and make his way up the standings. Of course, the same as RU2, you're fighting with your own lounges here in the championship, aren't you, Dan?
Absolutely. As here is a reminder of your championship standings heading into this one. Nesta Garcia leading the way on 74 points. But he starts this race in 3rd position, because Tim Potsmader and Patrick Dubak start ahead of him on the front row of the grid. Guzman Miguelez is in 4th position ahead of Harris Skinderi. Norek Leoski in 6th, and 7th belongs to David Vutrich. 8th position is Roberto Miguez, and then Adrian Gomez starts in 9th. Andrew Christoffel rounding out the top 10 there. Timothy Sperrison starts in 11th ahead of Ivan Marino, and Mark Gamas in 13th position, with Xaver Schmid, the driver we focused on in qualifying, down in 14th position, but only 1.2 off the pace. Walter Troninger starts in 15th position ahead of Jamie Eggio in 16th, and then Tyler Seaver starts 17th with Melvin Leopi. An unfortunate lap from him there, 19 seconds off the pace, rounding off the grid in 18th position. But after qualifying now, Nathan, I think it's a good time that we have a look at what this circuit actually has in store for us. Spa-Francorchamps, a brilliant track.
Certainly, Dan. Of course, a track that is very iconic to the racing world. 7 kilometres long, which I think compared to some of the regulations, it's actually over them by 0.04 of a kilometre. Of course, 102 metres of elevation change. A lot of that is up towards Rouge and Radion, then down towards Ravage at the heavy hairpin. And of course, we'll have 19 laps of racing around this track here at Spa. And there we can see Rouge and Radion. I think it's one of the parts of the racing calendar and one of the corners that everybody knows, even if you don't watch racing. I could say to my nan, who doesn't watch racing, you know what Rouge and Radion is? And you should probably say, oh, is that corner of the track? It's close enough.
Yeah, that was that meme a long time ago. That's Radion, actually. That was 2018, 2017, something like that.
I wasn't even watching F1 then.
My goodness me, I was a long time ago. You can see at the bottom of your screen as well the laps that we've got in store for us, the circuit length and the elevation change. 102 meters. So I was actually wrong. I said between 60 and 70. What I do know for a fact is that, of course, Big Ben in the centre of London, that is around about the elevation change. So from the top of the circuit at the chicane, at the end of the Kemmel Straight, to the very bottom of Stavelot, if you'd imagine Big Ben, you would see just the very top of it if you stood at the very peak of the circuit. So this really is an old school track. It is something very, very special indeed. 19 laps, Nathan. These drivers will navigate around here. Of course, these are slightly slower cars than the RU1 machines that we will see later on in the day, but still they pack a punch. So it will definitely be a very exciting 19 laps.
Certainly, and some information as well over from RU3. In that second race in Hungary, we had 53 seconds of time penalties given in total. One of them, and a lot of time penalties going his way, Jan Frischnecht, 18 seconds of penalties, of course, so one of them being for what happened at the chicane, and then avoidable contact, and then leaving the track without reason as well. So 18 seconds went his way. And then we saw another 10-second time penalty go the way of Francesco Ritacco as well for a dangerous re-entry on Michael Vaversik.
So Nathan, I believe we're going to be able to have a little look at the starting grid. Instead of the flyby, we've got a whole graphic for these drivers. Melvin Leopi starts in 18th ahead of Tyler Sieber in 17th. Jamie Eggio in 16th ahead of Walter Trollinger in 15th. 66 years old that man is. Xavier Schmid starts in 14th ahead of Mark Gameth in 13th. Ivan Marino starts in 12th ahead of Timothy Spirizon in 11th position. Andrin Christoffel starts in 10th, and Adrian Gomez starts just in front of him in 9th position. Roberto Miguez starts in 8th, and David Verthrich in 7th place. 6th is Norik Lioski, and Harris Skenderi starts in 5th position today. Then in 4th place, it is an all-Spanish second row. It is Guzman Miguelez alongside Nestor Garcia in 3rd. And it's a Swiss front row of Patrick Dubac and Tim Potsmader, just 17 years old, Nathan, starting on pole.
Indeed, a big race for Tim Potsmader here to, of course, try and hold on to the lead and track his way to a victory here, potentially. Of course, Nestor Garcia has had the 2 opening wins of the season. Tim Potsmader has been on the podium once before. Of course, it was 5th in the first round and then the 3rd last time out. So we'll see what he can do in terms of trying to hold on to that pole position. Of course, 19 laps around Spa. Of course, you might think 19 laps, it isn't that long. Well, it's a very long circuit, so it feels very long once we get the laps underway here. It won't be long, Dan, until we get started. But now we're up to another grade of car, a little bit faster, a little bit more downforce. And of course, I believe, if I'm correct, the push-to-pass system can now be activated.
Yes, these drivers get 8 deployments of push to pass a race. It's not like a battery that they can recharge, and it's not like anything to do with the car. It's simply just a push to pass, and then they get to go through. And of course, as we get this little flyby of the grid, we can see some nice liveries that are on display. Timothy Spirizon has got an all-Australian car, which I think is really something to behold. And of course, once we get into RU1, where there's more and more drivers a part of official esports teams, that is when we will see a couple of official liveries. But Nathan, the cars are primed and ready. The lights are coming on.
Indeed. Not long to go racing here around Spa for the race here in RU2. It's round 3 of the championship. It's 6 lights here around Spa. It's a long wait. And it's lights out for the drivers. A good start from many. A couple further back, though, with a really poor launch down to turn 1. But a really good run from our top 2 as they head into turn 1. Partsmarder just about keeps ahead of Patrick Dubac as they head their way through. And also, Nesta Garcia is looking to try and move into 2nd place. Garcia's got the move done early on and already goes up into P2, who's already on the back of Tim Partsmarder. Maybe he can go take the lead early on in this one as Dubac has dropped behind Guzman Miguelez, who's up to the 3rd and up onto the podium here after being 13th in the championship. What a result this could be, but we're only on lap 1. Anything else can happen in this race as we head down towards Laycombe. Again, there's a bit of a ascent from Nesta Garcia, who takes a lead ahead of Tim Partsmarder, starting 3rd, already up at the front.
Incredible stuff there from Nesta Garcia. What a getaway from him. It's been a difficult start to life here at Spa for Patrick Dubac, who's looking to the outside of Guzman Miguelez. He's got Norik just behind him as well, but they've kept it relatively clean, I believe, throughout the entirety of the field. There's a couple of drivers dropping down the order at a rate that I think would not be ideal for most. Mark Gameth is all the way down in 18th. He's just dropped from about 12th position in this race. But at the front of the order, Nesta Garcia, a fantastic getaway from him in this one. Here's a replay of what happened at Radion. 2 cars sent spiraling into the wall. This is on board with Adrian Gomez, I believe, hard hit into the outside barrier, and you see what that means to him. Very disappointed with that incident there as they come towards the end of the first lap, Nathan. It's been a decent bit of drama and the order's been shaken up at the front.
Of course, some frustration definitely going through the veins there of Adrian Gomez after that first lap contact. As that's side-by-side through Blanchemont for a couple of drivers in the midfield. We did see Xavier Schmid as well go up into P9, has just got that move done ahead of Andrin Christoffel. There's a couple of cars going side-by-side further back, and Tim Partsmarder has retaken the lead of the race. Nesta Garcia's gone back ahead of him, so I'm not sure there was a timing error there between those two. But it does seem Nesta Garcia is back in the lead ahead of Tim Partsmarder, as do see Xavier Schmid here heading down towards turn 1. A bit of a lock-up there from David Verthridge ahead of him. As here is Xavier Schmid in his car, looking very focused in that black RU rig as he heads his way up the hill, up Erosion Radion, down the Kemmel Straight, which heading on to the final couple of laps, Dan, and especially with that push to pass, it's a key overtaking spot, isn't it, here?
Absolutely. It's incredibly high speeds in towards the Laycombe chicane. We've got a couple of drivers moving further back behind defensively to the inside line. We're checking back in with Patrick Dubac, who's all over the rear of Guzman Miguelez. Miguelez, of course, is a real-life racer. He races in some sort of Spanish GT series. Been on the podium multiple times. I believe it's GTCET, if I'm not mistaken. Guzman Miguelez races in, and he's bringing his talents from real life over into the sim here in RU2. And what a platform, really, for all of these drivers, to come on the race. So many people from so many different backgrounds. Patrick Dubac is all over the rear of him. As we check back in with Vutrich, he is trying to fight it out with Timothy Spirison. Nathan, I touched on Spirison's livery. It's a sight to behold. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is. A lot of the liveries here are insane. I really like a lot of these. Drivers put a lot of work into them. All their teams as well, because a lot of them do race. And for sim racing teams, as that's a great move there. That's, of course, the push to pass, making its work for Xavier Schmid. I mean, there was no way that Verthridge could have kept him behind there. That was insane on that view. As he goes back up the inside, though, into towards chicane, and the work done by Schmid get undone very, very quickly. As Nesta Garcia takes the fastest lap. But one thing I wanted to mention, Dan, as well, is we do see him move further ahead there for Norik Lehotsky, trying to go ahead of Patrick Dubac. We'll see if that move gets done, then I'll go and explain my point. Yes, move complete for Lehotsky, but what I was saying was now, we're in RU2. These drivers have been promoted from RU3. Some of them have just been here for a very long time and have stayed in RU2, but they've got a little bit more experience. You've got a couple of drivers that have been here for quite a while. I mean, Xavier Smith, for example, started driving here in Racing Unleashed in 2021. He joined the series in 2025 in RU3 and got promoted, as this is a possible move as well. Back from Patrick Dubac to go into P4. It was close to contact as they head their way through. But as I was saying, then it's great to see a lot of drivers here now have got a bit more experience. They've been here for a couple of years. They know how the series works. Yes, they've had changes with how the format is, but they know the grand scheme of how it works and they know the rigs. So this is why we're seeing a little bit more confidence from these drivers and a little less mistakes.
Absolutely. We touched on multiple times in RU3 that their position in the championship, in the series that they're in, isn't necessarily a tell of pace and skill as a driver, but just experience. Everyone's got to come through RU3 as someone's gone off the road. That was Norikliowski. But everyone has got to come through RU3 and make their way into RU2 and then get their way up into RU1. It's a promotion and relegation system that these drivers have to contend with, which again is a very unique part of this championship, where a lot of leagues and on varying different platforms will have a sign-up phase and then an evaluation race or whatever they want, and then they go from there. But this is, you have to fight to keep your place, which is incredibly exciting and incredibly different, as Harris Skinderi's got the best view in the house for this battle between Norikliowski and Patrick Dubac, and Dubac gets on the curb at the inside of the penultimate corner and unfortunately dropped the car. Very unforgiving are these RU2 machines, and Patrick Dubac learns that the hard way.
Of course, and for Dubac, being second in his lounge at the moment, if he was to finish third in the lounge championship, I suppose, he would still continue in RU2, but he wants to get promoted, of course, and a result like this where he drops down the field, he's P12, loses points, it allows those behind to maybe try and jump up and get something out of it. I mean, Jamie Eggio is around, no, sorry, it'll be Harris Skinderi behind him, who's only around 13, 14 points back. If he can get ahead, that's a chance for him to overtake Dubac and maybe try and make a chance of going up into RU1 himself. Of course, this is a big moment for these drivers. Of course, after the first half of the season, there's a chance they can go up, but there's also a chance they can stay. So as long as you're top three, you're in a decent spot. But if you're the driver that's near the back all the time and you're not quite getting the results, it's down to RU3 and it's try again. And if things go well there, you can get re-promoted. So there's a lot for these drivers to keep an eye on. And this is probably the most difficult here in the sense of promotion, continual relegation. There's always something you've got to keep an eye on, whereas in the other two, it's one or the other.
Yeah, it's an excellent point there. I mean, these guys have to contend with the fact that they could be dropped down to RU3 at the midpoint of the season, or they could be up in RU1. I mean, who knows what it's going to be like. And this RU2 grid will look completely different later on in the year when we get towards the full season of racing. Nevertheless, though, David Vuthridge, we are still spectating him. He's been very involved in this race thus far. He's been right in the midfield. I love the sound of these cars. They are absolutely fantastic. As Vuthridge is trying to catch up to Timothy Spearson, who's lost quite a bit of time to... he's trying to catch up to Xavier Schmid, who in turn is trying to catch up to Timothy Spearson. And Vuthridge has had a fantastic exit, headed off the final corner. And look at that shot. He's right in the face, or in the rear, of Xavier Schmid in front of him, and the immersion is just unreal with these simulators. A full carbon monocoque chassis that these drivers have, a fully carbon fiber rim that they are in contact with at all times. It is something special that you just cannot get anywhere else other than these lounges.
Of course, and me and Dan will keep saying that, and if people get bored from us saying it, we'll keep saying it. These rigs are insane. And they're like something you've never seen before. I'm sure I saw one of these at an expo a couple of years ago. I'm sure it was a Racing Unleashed one, and I thought, what are these? I need to get my hands on one. Of course, I can't quite afford one, but I'd love to give them a try if I ever head my way over into Europe in the coming months, which I'm hoping to do. So if I do, I'm hoping I can head over there and give one of these rigs a try. Given, though, I don't think I'll be very good. Me or Dan wouldn't, because we're commentators, and for some reason, no matter how good of a commentator you are, you're always bad at racing. That's just the bottom line. Commentators can't be good at driving. That's why we sit here and talk and try and do a good job of that. But no, Dan, maybe one day we need to go head-to-head in one of these cars. Even if we jump on it online, give it a try and see who could be quickest. So I'm sure it wouldn't be the most entertaining watch, would it, for the viewers? I think it'd be turned off after 10 seconds when me and you end up in a barrier at turn 1.
I'm confident that you would absolutely wipe the floor. I've not sim raced in a very long time, but always spectating these races gives me that itch to plug in my wheel and then go on any circuit at all. As Andrew Christoffel, I believe, is on the push the pass button, and he's looking toward the outside line of Blanchimont on Xavier Schmid. Can he make this move stick in towards the ultimate corner? There you go. Xavier Schmid will go later on the brakes around the outside. He's going to have to hold his nerve to have the inside for the next left-hander. A brilliant overtaking maneuver from Andrew Christoffel, but he's not quite out of the woods yet, and Xavier Schmid is still trying to go back on the attack. Now looking towards the inside line of the first corner, and lock up from the pair of them. This is an incredible battle between Xavier Schmid and Andrew Christoffel, who I think has finally, or well, not finally, he's lost out the move that he works so hard for on Xavier Schmid, who does an excellent job defending Nathan.
But look who's looming in behind. Melvin Lopez behind in P10, looking to maybe get involved himself, push the pass on Schuart. Is being used by these drivers. It could end up being 3-1, and Lopez got the move done. Out of our view, has gone ahead of both of them as they head onto the brakes into Le Cobb. And Lopez into 8th, Christopher's into 9th, and Xavier Schmid down to P10. And he's had such a great race so far. Every lap, we've watched Schmid either make a move or lose one, which is what we love to see, and I'm sure he'll be enjoying it as well in that cockpit. Maybe not now, when he's losing spots, but he looks back at it at the end and says, wow, what a race that was. What battling we had out here on track. But of course, one thing as well is that the RU2 drivers are not just fighting for promotion and relegation, they're fighting for money, which is a lot different to what we see in RU3. So there's a big opportunity there as well to get yourself some pocket change. And we know it's a hard world in sim racing, especially for younger drivers. A lot of the time, parents are always a little bit divided on whether they believe it's a good thing or not. That's just how it is, you know, it's still a new thing. So it is an opportunity to say, oh, hello, Mum, I've just earned 500 quid. Can I take this seriously? And they're like, oh, okay, then I guess so.
Yeah, it's a very expensive hobby. Here is the overtake of Melvin Leopi, an incredible overtake from him there. Just soars right by them, just on the push to pass. He makes the opportunity work and gets through very nicely. So very well done from Melvin Leopi. But Nathan, you're absolutely right. And sim racing on its own is a very, very expensive hobby. There's always a new rim coming out. There's always something that you want, and it's when you've just bought something, they'll drop something else. So you know, it's a very expensive hobby, and of course, many of these drivers are using this championship to fund their real-life racing careers, which I think is so incredible. Because, like, how much closer do you want this to be to reality, where you're in the cockpit, you're feeling the 3 degrees of freedom motion simulation, which is just immense when you're in there, and you're right close with the monitors in these incredibly realistic cars. I mean, the sim racing skills really do translate into real life, and plenty of real life racers who are at the very top of their sports respectively use sim racing to train all the time. And I think as we get a very nice look at the beautiful carbon fiber rim and the carbon monarch cockpits here, it is so incredible that these drivers are using the prize money that they can win here to fund that dream of racing.
Definitely, and I think, you know, me and you, Danny, in terms of being in the scene and being involved in commentary, we've got about 10 years combined. You've got a little bit more than me. But this is probably, between both of us, one of the most real, when I say real, but like one of the most immersive sim racing championships we've been a part of here. It is insane how realistic it is, and it is like running a real race just with cars on a screen. Everything else is the same as it would be in real life. Stewarding, race officials, a broadcast, everything is the exact same. It's just the cars different, and it is brilliant to be part of it. Really is. And of course, the way technology is going now and the way sim racing is evolving and more companies are getting involved, sponsors are jumping in, it's only going to get better. And not just in terms of the games, but in terms of the equipment and the seriousness, and also from the general motorsport fan base getting involved. A lot of them see it as a game, but this here is a prime opportunity to say to people who actually know what you watch on TV with real cars, this is the same, it's just they're not the real car. It is literally a carbon copy. So it's also a great way, you know, with Racing Unleashed to bring the motorsport fan base into esports as well, and to show what, you know, a great industry is, and it's only going to keep growing. I mean, every year we're breaking records in the sim racing industry on you know, on a basis of many different things.
And we've seen that community aspect in all of the lounges that we have here,
Yeah.
part of Racing Unleashed. Of course, 4 different lounges across 3 different countries. The flagship Zurich City, Zurich Airport is here to move there from Patrick Dubac, trying to recover this race. He's in towards P11 now, and here's a shot of, again, the fantastic rig that we have here. But yeah, no, it's really something special that these drivers and family and friends are getting to experience. We saw the bar shots of the Zurich City Lounge and someone having an espresso martini at what was about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And I mean, what other event are you going to be doing that for? You wouldn't be doing that at home by yourself, you know, watching sim racing potentially, but not being in and around that environment with the drivers right in front of you. And it's something just so, I've said the word special about 20,000 times. I need to come up with a new superlative, but it really is just incredible to witness.
Indeed. And it's also great to see the support as well from viewers in the chat. We got Get on Apex say, Norwich the GOAT, that was close. Norwich deserves top 3. Come on, bro. And a range of different emotions there for Norwich Lahotsky, who's currently in P4, a second away from P3 behind Guzman Miguelez. And of course, we pushed the pass. Opportunities are there for him to make an overtake. So for Get on Apex, come on, Norwich, try and get yourself onto the podium. Of course, it's brilliant racing, and of course, we love to see the chat getting involved. So once again, guys, let us know who you're here to support, because there's so many different drivers taking part. We want to know who you're here for, and if you're not, you know, let us know how you've enjoyed the day so far, because me and Dan have had a great time in the commentary box. Of course, Silas over in the production booth as well, having a great time here in the RU Esports series. So it's great to hear from our viewers, and, you know, love to see what they're getting up to. But this is, Dan, been a great race so far. 10 laps to go here on lap 9 of 19. Ernesto Garcia, I mean, I don't want to say I predicted this, but I think we both had a good idea that he'd be leading up the road by the time we got to lap 10.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be in the back of our minds, as that was very close between Melvin Liuppi and David Verthrich. But yeah, Ernesto Garcia really has been incredible throughout this championship thus far. He's looking to take a 3rd race win here today, as Melvin Liuppi tried for the move on David Verthrich. We've already seen the overtaking capabilities of Melvin so far this afternoon, but can he do it for 7th position ahead of David Verthrich? That remains to be seen. Very close, very tight battling, and Nathan, we've still got just about half of it, just under half of this race left to go.
Indeed, as I'm getting a little bit of lag my end, Dan, so I'm hoping I'm not lagging out too much as we continue on. And here is Melvin Liuppi still in the top 8. So there we go, it looks a little bit better now. But what I was going to say was, looking at the likes of Guzman Miguelez, he's on 18 points for Madrid. Of course, top 2 go up, 3rd stays, bottom go down. At the moment, in Madrid, Miguelez is 4th, so he would actually end up dropping down to RU3. A podium here could potentially jump in ahead of Ivan Marino, who's down in 14th, and it'll close the gap to Roberto Miguez, who's down in 15th. So one race could potentially save Miguelez staying here in RU2. And it shows that sometimes, yes, it's about consistency, but also about having that, you know, every now and then, that just outstanding performance, and that can sometimes help you launch forward.
Not sure if you watched last race at Catalonia in April, Nathan, but Guzman Miguelez was in a very strong position, and he was incredibly quick in overtaking all of the other drivers, and was very aggressive in his moves. And then at one point, just click of the fingers, he's right down the order, involved in some sort of incident. I can't remember off the top of my head, but if he's able to avoid that here today, he should be in a much stronger position coming into the latter half of this first split, as Melvin Liuppi is still on the rear of David Verthrich in towards turn number 8, I want to say, at Ravage, and then up towards No Name, which I do believe actually has a couple of names now, Nathan. So Spa is so steeped in history that no one really knows what this circuit is actually called. I think it's the perfect place for RU1 and RU2 to go to today.
Certainly, yeah. Most corners have got different names. I end up using different ones every time and thinking, oh, we'll spice it up, we'll use this name today. I can commentate here 10 times and have a different corner name every time. It's brilliant though, it keeps you on your toes and being up to date with Spa, which is constantly getting changes and constantly getting better as a track, and the racing as well is also always ramping up here around Spa. And of course, from what we saw in RU2, we're going to get a lot of this and even more when we head to RU1.
Absolutely, RU1 is not too far from now. Of course, we've still got this time by 10 laps to go in this race. Now 9 laps to go in this race as we hit lap number 11. It's still very tight throughout the field, and Goodman Miguelef actually sets the fastest lap of the race thus far. So it's been very tightly contested, whilst Nesta Garcia has led from the start. Once he made his overtake in towards P number 1, he's not really stretched the field like we'd have possibly come to expect throughout this championship thus far. It's been a very tightly contested one here. It could all change with one mistake. So it is very, very exciting as this one continues on. We continue to watch Melbourne Leopi. This appears to be the closest gap on circuit that we have right now, Nathan. Coming towards the end of this race, in towards the latter stages, I think the strategy really plays into it with the push to pass. We've seen plenty of deployment so far in this race, and I think Adrian Gomez might have just been on it there to get past Tyler Sieber. But now, these drivers are really going to start to think about when to use the push to pass.
Yeah, certainly. When you've got 8 laps to go, you've got to start saving your resources. And if you've gone early and thought, right, we'll use 3 or 4 of our push to pass now, get it done, get some moves done and move up the field, you leave yourself in a bit of a compromising spot near the end when other drivers have got maybe all of their push to pass left. So if you're one of those at the front like Garcia, Potsmar and Miguelef, I'd imagine they've only used maybe 1 or 2. I don't think they've used that much at all at the moment. They don't need to. Whereas those like, for example, Loipe's probably used 3 or 4 easily by now. And then towards the end, it's like, well, I've used it to make my positions, but I'm eventually going to maybe drop back 1 or 2 spots. So it just depends what sort of strategy you go for. Do you go early? Do you go late? And of course, over the course of the season, we'll start to see a pattern in which works best. But I would imagine that it's probably better to use it late, towards the end of the race. You've got a lot more. As on Timothy Sperrison's comment says, no worries, mate, on the front. I'd love to know what that means. I presume it's like a little meme or something.
Or it's just him being a polite Australian, possibly. Who knows? There's Norik Leoski. We've just got him in shot, and he set the fastest lap of the race, and he's right on the rear of Goodman Miguelef in towards now the approach up towards Eau Rouge and Radion. This will be a prime opportunity for Norik Leoski to make the move to get onto the podium in this race as they approach the top of Radion. Now, following in the wheel track of Guzman Miguelez, will pull to the inside line, and easy as you like, make this move up the inside. Guzman Miguelef, not a lot he could do. Slight bit of contact between the pair of them in towards the Les Combes chicane, but a brilliant overtake there, Nathan, from Norik Leoski.
Superb move there from Norik, but of course has got to pull ahead, because next lap Guzman Miguelef can do the same and use that push to pass and go through. So it's now about Norik Leoski here just pulling away, just trying to have a comfortable gap of maybe 8 or 9 tenths could probably do it enough. But yeah, a great move, a much needed move as well for Norik Leoski, as we did see in the chat as well. Get on Apex, let's go bro, greetings from Tomek. So I'd imagine one of his friends in the chat or a family member. So great to see him getting involved. So hello Tomek, welcome in. Great to see you here in the chat supporting one of our fellow drivers who now sits in the top 3, and I would imagine as well he's also got the fastest lap. So a superb drive so far by Norik Leoski. And of course then we'll talk a little bit more about Spa as well, in the sense of this is a track that if you're a sim racer, you know this track, whether it's in bikes, cars, any other form of motorsport, you've driven here. So this is one of those where everybody's got so many hours. The lap times are going to be closer. So when you're someone who's really pumping the laps in, that person's a worry, because everybody's good around here.
Absolutely, it's a very well-known circuit, and as you just saw the shot of Melvin Leopi makes a move on David Vuthridge. We saw the shot of his simulator, and right on the front of it is one of our wonderful partners here in Racing Unleashed, EPAM, technology company that we are, of course, very proudly partnered with. So it's good to see a little bit of branding on the cars. It makes it feel more like a real racing car with a sponsor on the side, just adding to that slight bit of immersion. It's very incredible. So thank you to EPAM for being a fantastic partner to us as we check back in with the racing. You're absolutely right that everyone knows Spa. It's one of the most historic circuits in the world, and it really does make for a fantastic racing circuit. As here is an interesting opportunity. Melvin Liopi is not closing whilst being in the wheel tracks of Timothy Sperson. I would imagine Sperson could have used to push the pass there, Nathan, as a defensively usage of it.
That's close there as Gomez and Smid and Seba, Miguez, and you got Marino ahead, all having a battle ahead down towards Rivard's corner. And Tyler Seba now looking for a move ahead of Xavier Schmidt, who's had a really up and down race. At one point was up in the top 8. He's now 14th and under pressure from Robert Miguez, who's down in P50. So a weird one here for Xavier Schmidt, and maybe one he's not kind of got quite in tune with the track just yet. It's been a difficult one for him as he's actually under pressure into P1 corner. As Miguez is looking for the move. But looking further back ahead, of course, Norik Lahotsky's done exactly what we said he needed to do. He's pulled away from Guzman Miguelet. He's got a 1.9 second gap at the moment, so push to pass wouldn't really allow Miguelet in, I don't think. I think Lahotsky, without any sort of mistakes, is happy in third. Of course, up at the front though, Dan, very quiet race for Garcia and Potsmader. Of course, top 2 in the championship. They'll stay top 2 in the championship, but of course, crucially, pull gaps ahead of those behind. Of course, you've got behind Potsmader, 1 point back is Gomez, 4 points back is Lahotsky. Another P1 and P2 here for these two. Pulls them even further away.
Absolutely. I think Nestor Garcia and Tim Potsmader are doing everything they can to get promotion into RU1, of course, and they don't need to really fight each other. But one thing I do know about sim racers, Nathan, is that they are primitive creatures. Ego really does come into play here, and that's not a bad thing. I think it's great to have the confidence in yourself to really take the challenge to the other drivers. But I know if I was Tim Potsmader and I was 1.7 seconds behind Nestor Garcia, I'd still be pushing. I want the race win. And I'd imagine that he will be feeling exactly the same in the cockpit, as we are looking at Patrick Dubac following in the wheel tracks of Andrin Christoffel. He doesn't want to make the move this time by, but Roberto Miguel gets through on Xavier Schmidt, who unfortunately, Nathan, continues to go backwards in this race. I think he benefited early on from the incidents in front of him, but now drops down the order into 15th, lower now where he started.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going too well, is it, for Schmid in this one? But I suppose that's what happens. You're still in RU2. It's not like you're here expected to win every race. You're still developing. It is a development stage here of the RU Esports Series, as this is a replay of the move from, I believe, Roberto Miguez up the inside in towards Play Common. A nice move complete. But yeah, this is still a championship where the drivers are learning. Of course, if you're one of those near the back of the grid here at the moment, you're most likely not going to be in RU1 for the second part of the championship. You might be heading into 2027, but it's still quite unlikely. You've still got a lot of time to learn. It's not like you've got to jump in and immediately win. A lot of drivers here have been in RU3 and RU2, bouncing around for a couple of years. So it's normal to still be sitting here in RU2. So, of course, it's great to see drivers develop. And, of course, it's not all about pace. You could be right at the back, but you might have the best racecraft. And in the future, that might promote you up. You never know what happens in the world of sim racing. And that's the great thing is it's so unpredictable, isn't it? Then we can start the championship next year, see all the standings for like the past 10 years, for example, and still have no clue who's going to win it, even though someone's won it for the past 9 years.
Absolutely, and I think just keeping your nose clean is one of the main things that you really should focus on. As we got a nice shot of Melvin Liopi getting his on-board cam in real life. Which is incredible to see, as he is right in the wheel tracks of Timothy Sperson, and he will pull towards the inside line. Melvin Liopi at the beginning of lap number 15 will take towards the inside line and get his way into P6 ahead of Timothy Sperson. Two very nice liveries that these two drivers have. You can see on the side of Melvin's car, he's got his own logo there of, quite aptly, Mel, but I think he's number 3, so it's there it is on his car. Very nice Very nicely done there. And then Timothy Sparrison, of course, with the Aussie Mobile. So, a lot of creativity from these drivers. It really adds to the commitment that these guys actually do have, Nathan, to the championship. It's all well and good turning up on the day, but to actually practice and to really make your mark in this race, you've got to be committed. And I think so many of these drivers, when there's so much at stake, both with the relegation fears and the hopes of promotion, I think the RU2 drivers are some of the most committed that we have here.
Exactly. Everybody. It's not like you see in some other sports where you kind of, like, football, for example, where you've got a whole point of nothing. You've got a whole mid-table of nothing. Whereas here, you're either going up, there's one spot to stay, and two to drop down. There's literally such a little chance you'll be staying here. You're either going up or going down, realistically. So there's so much to fight for, and that's why these drivers have got to get the practice in. Of course, here in RU2 and RU1, different to RU3, they get the track before, they've got the whole calendar. So they have a lot of time to get down to the lane, just get the practice in, and be at their best. And that's why you can't just turn up and be like, oh yeah, well, we'll win this easily. I don't need to practice. I've done this, this, and this. You can't turn up like that. You've got to practice a lot because these drivers are on the top of their game. Of course, these drivers will put hours and hours in. I mean, Ciro Zamba, for example. Of course, this is part of the championship that feeds his real-life career. So, of course, for someone like him, it's practice as much as you possibly can. It's a little bit like a job at that point. You're earning so much money from it. You've got to keep up with it. You can't afford just to drop off the base and lose a bit. You've got to be at that top game all the time, and that's what we love to see here. Everybody's pushing so hard.
Now David Vutrich is right in the wheel tracks of Timothy Sparrison, who's dropped off ever so slightly from Melvin Liopi in front of him. In towards the chicane they go. Vutrich in no hurry to make the overtake work. Further back behind, Patrick Dubac and Andrew Cristobal have swapped positions, as has Adrian Gomez and Tyler Siever. So still racing to be had. And unfortunately, Roberto Miguez is out of this race. You can see there's only 17 drivers now, Nathan, on the grid. It's a technical issue from his side of things, and there is Roberto Miguez, and you can see the devastation in his face. A real shame for Roberto. He was very involved early on, of course, got involved in an incident, didn't give up hope, and still continued on. And it's a real shame that he's out of this one.
Very big shame, and it's crucial as well, because he's P2 in Madrid. So the way it's going, he's seeing himself into a promotion spot. Well, being only 2 points ahead of Eva Marino means that could potentially be gone today in terms of holding on to that P2 spot. So there's a lot of work still for you guys to do, and hopefully over the next couple of rounds he can pick back up where he left off in terms of being P7 in the championship and working his way back forward once more, as we have 2 laps to go in this one here, Dan. And I didn't notice it, but Tim Boxmod has got the fastest lap now, taking it away from Lahotsky, as here's Patrick Dubac looking to make a move. Of course, up in the fight for the podium, got into some contacts and makes a move, and that was a superb overtake on Andrew Christoffel. Dubac back up into the top 9.
Really thought he was going to go straight on at the corner there, and Andrew Christoffel, I think, had a slide mid-corner there and almost went into the side of Patrick Dubac, who held his nerve around the outside. A brilliant overtake on lap number 17 of this race. So fantastic overtake there. Patrick Dubac will now, after overtaking, have to play the defensive from Andrew Christoffel, who's had his fair share of overtakes in this race, and now in towards the Lake-on chicane. Seems to be on the push to pass from my point of view here, and we'll look around the outside of Patrick Dubac. A fantastic battle that we are witnessing here. Andrew Christoffel has to hold it around the outside of Malmedy, and still they're side by side now downhill in towards Rivage. It is Christoffel ahead by a nose, but with the inside line for Patrick Dubac, he's finally going to be able to muscle out Andrew Christoffel. What a spectacular battle coming towards the end of this race.
Indeed, and looking through as well, penalties. Walter Troninger has been given a 10-second time penalty for a dangerous re-entry. That was in contact with Melvin Liopi, so not good at all for Troninger. He's also got another penalty for earlier on in the race, and then I think there was a couple as well given a little bit earlier on, but none of them that involve our top drivers here, so they don't need to worry about anything at the moment. There was that one noted between Dubac and Lahotsky, but that was given as a no further action, and that would have been the one earlier on. Sweet. Head our way back down towards Botchamont corner, and here is Christoffel with a great run. Push to pass is definitely been activated here, Dan.
Oh my goodness me, around the outside of Blanchemont, can he keep it on the circuit? Yes, he can. They're side by side once again, heading in towards the bus stop chicane. Patrick Dubac will once again be the heavier breaker around the outside line. This time he was already ahead and still has to defend from Andrew Christopher, who is desperate, Nathan, to retake position from Patrick Dubac for 9th place in this race. They are a long way back from Sparrison in 8th position in front of them. This is all that they are fighting for. It might as well be the win of the race for them as they head up the hill of Eau Rouge and oh wow, that was a terrible pronunciation. Eau Rouge and Radion for the penultimate time in this race. Christopher once again looking to the outside line and will see himself possibly in towards P9 at the Laycom chicane. They're still wheel to wheel. Patrick Dubac giving everything in this fight, but will finally now, Nathan, have to concede.
What a battle this is here on track. That's the best battle we've seen all day. And here is Patrick Dubac on your screen in his cockpit, focusing heavily, but he's locked up on the brakes, heading in towards Ravage. But he has recouped it with the exit. He did get a really good exit despite the lockup and didn't lose that much time to Andrew Christoffel. But of course, there's still a lap and a half to go here. Many opportunities still for these two to go toe-to-toe and to make moves. Of course, behind them is Eva Marino, who, remember, he's trying to make some positions up and go ahead of Miguez in the Madrid Lounge Championship, or Madrid Lounge points. So for him, it's a key race to get a couple of positions here, to get a couple of extra points on the board and see yourself a little bit more to safety. As they make their way through Stavelot and through towards Kerpel Frere once again. Yeah, great battling here between these two. And of course, behind them as well, he's going to be Adrian Gomez. Maybe he can get involved. Lots going on here on track as they head their way down towards the chicane, Dan. For one final time in this race, it's Nesta Garcia who leads ahead of Tim Potsmader and Norik Lahotsky, who reigns off the podium.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth race all throughout the pack, and I gotta say, RU2 normally, you know, in these races, RU2 and RU1 in the mid stages, because there's no pit stop element of this race, and no one really wants to make an overtake. It can kind of get a bit dry, but today it's been fantastic all throughout, as Adrian Gomez has Ivan Marino up his inside and in towards turn number 1 they go, as lost out on that position, as they're still side by side headed towards Eau Rouge and Radion for the final time in this race. And you can see the fidelity in the movement of the cockpit as Adrian Gomez reached the top of the hill. He swung the car, and there is Patrick Dubac once again, Nathan, making a move on Andrew Christopher. These guys have been locked at the horns for the past 3 or 4 laps at this point. A mistake there, a slide from Christopher, might put that battle into bed though.
Well, Christopher's got one more chance here, and that'll be down towards the chicane. Of course, if he's got any left of push to pass, can use it there. That'll be a key thing to keep an eye on here for Andrew Christopher. If he's got enough push to pass to use to get past Patrick Dubac once more. But here is Nestor Garcia, and what a race it has been. It's been calm, it's been collected. It's been a race where he only needs to do things on the opening lap, and that was still relatively easy. Of course, into turn 1, got to move up the inside, then got a great run on Tim Potsmader up the hill at Eau Rouge and Radion and took the lead, and then ever since then has been comfortable out in front with a 4-second gap coming through the final corner for 3 wins in 3 races. It's Nesta Garcia that takes a checkered flag ahead of Tim Potsmader, who goes into second, his personal best finish of the season, and Norik Lahotsky taking his 2nd podium, 3rd, 7th, and now another 3rd. We're very happy with that result.
Yeah, fantastic race all throughout, and they're still making moves further back behind. David Vutrich will come across the line in P6th, 7th for Timothy Spearson, Melvin Leopi in 8th. And yes, whoa. A big bit of smoke there from him, and they were trying to avoid it. They're still racing, Melvin, as there was a... Oh, no. So that was why we saw... No, that's Vutrich. We saw David Vutrich jumping across the curb, and I was wondering what happened there. And there was an incident in the final corner between himself and Melvin Leopi, which has cost Melvin P8 in this race. The live stewards, Nathan, will certainly be taking a look at that. But that brings us to the end of what was a fantastic RU2 race, and it is once again another win for Nestor Garcia. Brilliant battling all throughout, but he was uncontested from the very beginning. A nice little handshake there. There is a nice little hug there. And what I'd imagine that this is Tim's father, being only 17 years old. What a lovely shot, Nathan, of them embracing after a fantastic race.
What we love to see as well, isn't it? Families, friends getting involved and seeing their congratulating people. As you can see, Tim looks very sweaty there. And of course you will be after a long 19 laps of racing here at Spa. And Tim will be very happy with P2. I think also, given the fact Nestor Garcia's that quick, I think anybody finishing second or third is like a win, isn't it? Because Nestor, is just insane. So Tim should be fit, should take that as a win, given how fast Nestor is. And of course, Lahotsky as well, another podium in the series, jumps him ahead of Adrian Gomez in the championship, so he jumps up into third, and then will still hold on to the lead of those in Munich. So I think he'll also be very proud with the podium, and hopefully Dan will shortly be able to chat to our top three in that one. What has been a really intense race in RU2, and of course it's only going to get better when we get to RU1.
Absolutely. Let's head over to Munich for our first interview of RU2. It'll be Norik Liotsky after a fantastic race. Norik, can you hear me, my friend?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Let's talk about your race then. You were very hot on the heels of Guzman Migueles for a while there, and you were able to make a fantastic overtake on him. Talk about what was going through your mind as you were chasing.
Yeah, so first of all, I was very shocked by the qualifying. I think it was very bad. But then, in the first rounds, I immediately overtook some guys, and I don't know what happened with Patrick. I hope I didn't touch him. And then I was chasing Guzman Migueles. I saw that he's a bit slower than me in every round, and I overtook him, and
Well, it was a brilliant race from you. You came home in P3. That will do wonders for you in your hopes of chasing for RU1. Would you say that this is a realistic thing for you now to think about being promoted?
Yes. I think that long while ago, I think that like a week ago, yes, I think I could go to RU1, and I want to prove myself there, and and just give everything. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I really do wish you all of the best, and headed into the next event, it is Imola. How are you feeling around there?
Yes, Imola is my favorite track, so I'm really enjoying driving there, and yes, I really like the track, and I hope I can get a podium there too.
Yeah, well, Norik, really well done today. It was a fantastic showing from yourself and everyone here today. So go and enjoy that win, that P3, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Nathan, I believe we are ready to head to Zurich for the interview with Tim Potsmader after a fantastic P2.
Indeed we are. So from Munich to Zurich. Tim, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So great race, of course. First of all, pole, the only driver apart from Nestor, of course, to get a pole position this season. How was that qualifying lap?
Yeah, I was impressed that I got pole. I wasn't quite sure on the lap if it's enough for pole, but I was really happy, of course, to get the pole. But I also knew Nestor's quick, and I knew starting from P1 isn't the best option, but I think I made the best out of it. I used 2 push-to passes. Nestor passed me either way, and I couldn't do anything else while he was passing me. So yeah, and then after that I just couldn't hold his pace, but I'm quite happy.
Of course, and you will now lead those in Zurich City, and that means if it carries on like that, there's a chance that you could be going up to RU1 for the second half of the season. I mean, how does it feel being able to maybe have that chance to be in that top division?
Of course, that was the goal from the start on, to drive in RU1, but I'm also aware of the fact that it's different kind of level to drive in RU1. I mean, we have Zero, Yannick, Michael Smeedl. We have so much top drivers in RU1, and it's going to be very hard to drive there if I make it there.
Certainly, and of course, next time out we head off to Imola. What's your thoughts on that track?
Practice, practice, practice. I can't say anything else. It's the same with any track. Just, I mean, I drove like 500 laps now for Spa this month, so I will try to do the same for Imola and get the best result out of it.
Yes, perfect. Well, Tim, congratulations on the P2, a well-deserved result. Hopefully we'll see you back on the podium next time out in Imola.
Thank you so much. Have a good Sunday.
You too.
Well, it's all smiles in Munich and Zurich. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hear from Nesta Garcia, who Nathan, I'm sure, will be very, very happy with a third win of the season. Let's have a little look at our updated championship standings, as this is what they were before, and now this is what they look like after the points will be added. So Nesta Garcia leads the way on 110 points ahead of Tim Potsmaler on 74. Norek Lioski gets himself into P3 on 66, with Adrian Gomez in 4th position. 5th is Patrick Dubac after a very, very hotly contested race for him. Harris Ginderi is in 6th on 50 points. Timothy Sperrison is in 7th on 48, ahead of Guzman Miguelez in 8th position. 9th is David Vuthfrich, and Ivan Marino rounds out the top 10. Jamie Igio is in 11th, and 12th is Melvin Leopi. Those two are level on points on 34, just 3 ahead of Roberto Miguez, who will be very disappointed with a DNF in this race. Andrin Christoffel is in 14th position, ahead of Walter Troninger in 15th. 16th is Tyler Sieber on 16 points, and Mark Gemeth is on 12 in 17th, with Xaver Schmid in 18th position on 12, and then Lauren Stump and Maximilian Nares, 2 drivers that we did not see today, in 19th and 20th. That is all pending stewards' inquiries, of course. But of course, Nathan, we've had both of the RU3 races, we've had the RU2 race, we've had a taste of Spa, and now it is time for us to get ready for RU1, the main event today, after a short break. So we'll see you in just a few moments' time. Welcome back, everybody, to the Racing Unleashed Esports series, where now we are ready for RU1, the pinnacle of this brilliant championship. Of course, the drivers will be taking on the Circuit de Spa Francorchamps, Nathan, which we just saw provide a fantastic race in RU2. And of course, this is round number 3 of the championship. Imola will be our next event in May, and we take a mid-season break and then head to the Nürburgring for round number 5. Suzuka, round number 6. Interlagos, round number 7. And then Silverstone, rounding off what has been a fantastic year of racing here in Racing Unleashed Esports Series, where, of course, Nathan, for RU1 and RU2 drivers, there is money up for grabs.
Yes, there certainly is. So, for the champion in the season, they get 20,000 Swiss francs. Second gets 13,000, and third takes 9,000. So a lot of money on offer. And then it goes down in shorter intervals as well, all the way down to 10th place, who win 250. And then also, per race as well, there's money to be won. 3,000 for the winner, 2,000 for second, and 1,200 for third. And then it goes down in intervals: 800, 600, 500, 350, 300, 200, 150 for the top 10. And that brings a prize pool of over 122,000 Swiss francs, which is, in our money, down around £115,000, which is a lot of money on offer. And of course, gives drivers the opportunity to earn some money to, maybe just to do it as a bit of a side hustle, but some of them as well to help fund their own careers. We've seen already a lot of drivers here with a lot of ambition. Some of them are in karting, some are trying to work their way even further than that, and others are also trying to build up their own simulator rigs.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was winning these races and I was able to get all this equipment, I would. But if you cannot fit it in your house, which these fantastic pieces of equipment, you can visit our racing lounges. We have 2 in Switzerland: the flagship Zurich City lounge, and then of course the Zurich Airport lounge, and we've got one in Madrid and in Munich as well. Headed in towards RU1, here are your championship standings so far today. Ciro Zambra is leading the way on 64, ahead of Koke Lopez, who travels 400 kilometers, can you believe it, to be here today. He sits second on 59, with Michal Schmidl third on 51. Enrique Marignon sits fourth on 40, with Yannick Pletcher just 1 point behind him on 39. As we'll get the rest of the standings in just a few moments' time. But Nathan, there it is on our screen. Sebastian Hirsch is 6th on 36. Agustin Tolashi is 7th on 30, with Angelo Michel on 28. Alejandro Sanchez he doesn't start anywhere. This is standings, Daniel. He is 7th. He's 9th position on 25, with Sinan Demirbas sitting 10th on 21, level with Mario Stanic. Marcos Valverde is also on 21 points as well in 12th, with Matias Orjuela in 13th position on 16th. Simone Etzi, hopefully I've said that right, I know I'm definitely not. He sits 14th on 14 points. Fabrizio Donoso, sim racing legend, is 15th on 11, with Mohamed Ramsey and Sergio Severino rounding off your championship standings thus far. So Nathan, it's a lot closer in this championship than it is at the top in RU2. Ciro Zambra, he's got Koke Lopez, very close company behind him.
Yep, only 5 points separates the top 2 in this. Of course, 2 podiums in 2 races for Ciro Zambra, a win in the first race, second last time out, so he'll be looking to go 1 step higher and go back onto the top step of the podium. And then, of course, it was Koke Lopez that took the win last time out. Of course, live from Madrid, we've got Michal Schmidl as well from Munich, of course, took a podium in the first race. So a little bit like what we saw a lot, Dan, is more drivers on the podium here. We've had 5 separate drivers on the podium, and of course Alejandro Sanchez, or Alex Sanchez, who's P9 in the standings, he took a 3rd place in the first race, wasn't here for the second, and that's dropped him to P9. He was P3 after the first race, and it just shows that, one miss in the championship can cost you so many points.
It really can. And when there's the money up for grabs and the threat of relegation as well, it really can be worrying for these drivers if they're not on it every single time. There is Yannick Pletcher. He is just doing some practice laps at the moment. Once again, I can't stress enough how incredible these rigs are. These fantastic cockpits. There is Sebastian Hirsch in the Munich lounge. Looking very, very focused. He is just under the brakes, and you can see the movement in the cars as he takes every single corner of this very tricky Spa-Francorchamps circuit, which Nathan provided a spectacular race in RU2, I can only imagine it will be the exact same for RU1.
Indeed, and these drivers are the next level. I mean, some of the achievements they've had is insane. Of course, over in some of the biggest, world championships, Fabrizio Donato has been there for years. Of course, has been runner-up in some of the world's biggest championships. One of them being back in 2017. You've got Sebastian Hirsch as well. Of course, has done a lot of work outside of actually driving to put himself into the position he is in now. He lost a lot of weight back in 2022 to start karting. And of course, in 2024, actually quit his job to focus on racing, which I mean, that just shows the commitment that Sebastian Hirsch has to sim racing. And of course, has also done last year some Porsche testing. I think it's a Cayman car, did some testing. So he's got, a big career behind him and ahead of him. And then, of course, the main one in the room is Ciro Zambra, who's actually funded a career from sim racing. I mean, he's joined here in 2021. He was the RU2 champion the year later. And then, of course, he used his RU prize money from last year to drive a Mercedes AMG GT3 car. I think it was at Portimao to test, which, I mean, that is insane. I saw the videos on his TikToks. He does a lot of, I think it's Sim to really does. And it just looks like it's like, I don't know how anyone can go from sim and be able to do that. And it just shows how more realistic the sim racing scene is getting, and someone's able to actually fund a career through this, which just shows how serious that people take this championship and how much money's pumped into it, which helps fund careers.
And it all started from him in 2020 playing on a controller. And now then he got a wheel in 2021, and he's found his home in RU22 in 2022 here at Racing Unleashed. We just saw Fabrizio Donato, of course, a sim racing legend. Nathan, he has struggled to get off the mark in this championship, which I think is a testament to how different this kind of racing is to what these drivers are used to in their sim cockpits at home, in where they're comfortable, and being taken out of that. It really shows the true skill that these drivers have, and all of them to be here in RU1 are miles quicker than I think most people could ever dream of be. As here is the drivers getting ready for qualifying. They're all going, the cars are jumping around, and we can see we're getting some nice shots of these drivers here just getting ready. There you see them weaving, and then their entire body shakes left to right, left to right, left to right. I get motion sickness in there.
Of course, and these cars are the Formula Hybrid 2025 edition by Racing Studios, and here is Ciro Zambra in the Williams F1 Team Gaming livery. Of course, himself and Matthias Orjuela are part of the Williams team, so of course rocking the Williams livery, which is a beautiful livery, I've got to say. And we see quite a lot, don't we, on TV, Dan? As, of course, Zambra now on our screen as well, of course. Top of the championship so far. P1 and P2 in the opening races. He's one of your main men when you're looking at who's going to be fighting at the top here around Spa. And when I said earlier about the fact that Spa's a track everybody knows, a lot of these drivers here have driven in a top-level championship around this track already. So they've had the most raw experience of Spa fighting up at the top, haven't they?
I think you're not a sim racer if you haven't raced at Spa, to be completely honest. It's you're absolutely right. Everyone has cut their teeth around here numerous times, and it really is going to be a true indicator of how adjusted these guys have been, because you could be good at certain tracks, but I think everyone knows Spa so well that they're nearly always driving at their very top level. Ciro Zambra is the driver that we have chosen to watch on this lap. He is headed in towards turn number 1, which its name escapes me, I won't lie to you, but nevertheless he will take to the exit of the corner and get his foot flat to the floor for a very decent long period of time as he goes completely flat through Eau Rouge and Radium. What a lovely static shot, which I don't think we get enough of in racing in real life anymore. Static shots of the cars going through to really exhibit their speed. And Ciro Zambra, Nathan, he is going at some speed right now.
He certainly is. Of course, at the moment, in terms of lap times, it's Agustin Tolasci at the top, but of course, things will change. Of course, he's part of the TC team, Thibaut Courtois Esports, so he's another top driver in the scene. Of course, we saw David Sobrero early, one of his teammates, good friends with Agustin Tolashi. So one of them's in RU3, the other up at the top of RU1 as we head our way down towards P1, and then a couple of other teams to notice as well. One of the main ones, Veloci Academy, of course, where Sergio Sobrino drives 4, but I can't see him on the grid here unless I'm not looking at the right place. I'm not sure if he's with us today, but no, drivers from lots of different teams and also a couple of ambassadors as well. I know that Mikhail Schmidl is an ambassador for Basic Game.
Well, yeah, no, there's plenty of drivers in all of their different teams. Alejandro Sanchez is part of Coanda, who are very, very active. They have been for such a long time. So all of these drivers have already been snapped up, mostly by these top-tier teams. So yeah, it's something special. As here is Ciro Zambra headed through the final corner now. He will get his foot flat to the floor. Koke Lopez is the first driver to come across the line with a lap time. Ciro Zambra sets a 1 minute 45.765, which will put him just 800ths to the rear of Koke Lopez, who it seems to be will be uncontested at the very front of the field. A 1 minute 45.684 for Koke Lopez. He will start on pole position ahead of Ciro Zambra.
Indeed, a really close qualifying as always here around Spa. Of course, Lopez is the one who goes out on top here. As we'll get the qualifying results very shortly on your screen, and we'll see who will be starting where on the grid. But yeah, great qualifying around here, and we expect really close gaps around Spa with these drivers because they are at the top of their game. Of course, we saw earlier, I think it was with Tim Partsmarter, said that he did 500 laps around Spa. These drivers probably have done very similar, if not more, lap times, as we do see the qualifying results. It is Koke Lopez on pole ahead of Ciro Zambra, Mikhail Schmidl in P3 ahead of Enrique Maranon, in 4th and Yannick Fletcher rounding off the top 5. Alejandro Sanchez in P6 ahead of Sebastian Hirsch, Mario Stanek 8th, Angelo Mikel 9th, and then Agustin Tolashi rounds off the top 10. Then the final 5 cars, it's Matias Orjuela, Mohamed Ramsey, Marcos Valverde, Fabrizio Donoso and Sinan Demurbas, the top all the field. And of course the top 12 there, Dan, separated by not even a second.
Yeah, it's ridiculously close around what is such a long circuit. In the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps, we will have 22 laps around this 7-kilometer long circuit with an elevation change of 102 meters. 20 corners that these drivers will have to tackle around this beast. And of course, Sector 1 characterized by the very famous Eau Rouge and Radion. It gets twisty in Sector 2 and then flat out nearly through Blanchemont in Sector 3. Eau Rouge and Radion, iconic corners. P1 nearly flat in these modern day cars, and Blanchemont a fantastic corner to contend with. Spa is steeped in history, deep within the Ardennes forest, and I think it is one of the circuits which in any calendar of any racing has got to be there. And I'm so glad, Nathan, that it is here in Racing Unleashed Esports series. It is such an iconic circuit, and I think it's got to be a shoe-in for any championship that you do. If you're wondering about your own race calendar, maybe just put Spa in and you'll be fine.
Yes, it's a pretty good placeholder indeed for a championship, and with my knowledge over years, Dan, I know exactly 22 laps is half a race. So we are doing the 50% of what a normal F1 race would be around here in Spa. And then of course, looking over at the calendar, very, very good track. So we'll have a quick talk through them while we've got time here. Of course, we're here at Spa today. Next time out, we're going to Imola. Then it's Nürburgring GP in Germany. That's going to be an intense one for sure, if you know the Nürburgring. Then you've got Suzuka in race 6, and then the final 2 rounds, Interlagos and Silverstone. I mean, this is a pretty perfect calendar. Whoever picked it did a great job, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It really is a fantastic calendar that we have got. I'm excited for the Nürburgring GP circuit over in September, and it's going to be a painful 4 months wait between Imola and Nürburgring as we're getting a couple more shots of the lounges here. You notice as well the lighting in all of the lounges changes with race to race, and when we get a shot of the Zurich City bar, the lights behind the bar change depending on what race we are doing. Of course, it was yellow for RU3, green for RU2, and now they will be red for RU1. It really does, again, just add to the immersion that not just the drivers, but the fans and the friends and family who come in get to see. And other than, you know, those people in the studio, or in the lounges, sorry, and of course everyone in the live chat, people walking by will see these fantastic lounges that we have across 3 different countries, 4 lounges in Europe, and hopefully I pray to the Lord one day, Nathan, that we will have one in the United Kingdom, and then we can go and get a proper race done. Nevertheless, here's a look at your starting grid. Sinan Demirbas starts 15th in this one. And then 14th position belongs to sim racing legend Fabrizio Donoso alongside Marcos Valverde in 13th. Mohamed Ramsey starts in 12th alongside Matias Orjuela, missing out on the top 10 by just 1 position, which is occupied by Augustin Torlashi in 10th. Angelo Michel in 9th position. Mario Stanic starts this race in 8th, and Sebastian Hirsch in 7th position. 6th is Alejandro Sanchez, and 5th position is Yannick Pletcher. Then on the second row of the grid, it's Enrique Marignon in 4th. Alongside him there is Michael Schmidl in 3rd position. And starting on the front row, it is Ciro Zambra and Koke Lopez. Nathan, getting into this one, 22 laps of Spa. What more can you ask for?
I mean, your top 5 in the championship is your top 5 in this qualifying. So they're all so close together on track. So they are going to be battling with each other even more because they know it's an opportunity to go ahead of them directly in the championship. Of course, Ciro Zambra has got a 5-point gap ahead of Koke Lopez. If it finished like this, though, it would put Koke Lopez into the championship lead by 2 points if they, of course, just switched and finished 1st and 2nd in this. So a big race for those two. Of course, Schmidl as well in 3rd has got to worry about Marignon and Pletcher behind. And then also you've got some of those a little bit further down the championship, like Alejandro Sanchez, who we know is a top driver. We know will be battling up in the top 5. Of course, not being here last time, he's got to recover that and try and make as many positions as he can in this one early on. Of course, 22 laps of racing here, Dan, and the main thing to notice is, once again, we have the push to pass.
Yes, 8 deployments these drivers will have throughout this 22-lap race. That means there's going to be a bit of strategy coming into this one as we are just getting ready for this race to get underway, and this is where the anticipation really does build up. But now it is all eyes to the lights as the revs begin to rise for these drivers. They're waiting in anticipation as now the red lights are on. And we are underway for this fantastic race here at Spa. It's been a brilliant getaway from Koke Lopez, but Ciro Zambra will be challenging him around the outside of turn number 1. They're all swapping and changing positions as there's been a spin further back behind. They've kept it clean at the front of the order. Koke Lopez leading from Ciro Zambra, who's got a lot of pressure from Michael Schmidl, headed down the Kemmel Straight. They go, a poor run from Koke Lopez will push them all back the way. Oh my goodness me, they're 3 wide. Headed down the Kemmel Straight nearly. Ciro Zambra ahead of Koke Lopez, and he's off the circuit. Ciro Zambra has to cut the second part of the chicane, and they make contact. The 2 championship leaders, Ciro Zambra and Koke Lopez, Nathan, off the circuit at Malmedy Corner.
Oh my goodness, what a start that was. And of course, Ciro Zambra down to P10 already, contact with himself and Koke Lopez. Now that will not make him happy for the rest of this race. Of course, starting in P2, there was a little bit of contact up at the top of the hill, and then of course down towards Laycombe, and then of course they made some contact, and it sent Ciro Zambra into a half spin. He continues on, but of course he's down in P10. Koke Lopez remains in P2, and Yannick Fletcher up into P3. So a couple of nice positions made there for Yannick. And then, of course, Michael Schmidl will be like, oh, thanks, guys, I'll take the lead. Why not? Up into P1 he goes. And then, of course, some other good moves as well from Sanchez and Stanek up into the top 5 as well. Zambra on the attack.
Yeah, Ciro Zambra's got a lot of work to be done in this race. As here is Koke Lopez back into the lead of this race. And it's a good thing that we have live stewarding here because, of course, that will be a hotly contested subject. And there's another car off the circuit further back behind, I believe. that is Matias Orjuela. Here is the start replay of the contact at the rear of the field. A big shunt between about 3 cars there. I'm not quite sure who that was. And there is Ciro Zambra making contact with Koke Lopez. They were just converging on the same line. Very unfortunate to see. Speaking of Ciro Zambra, he is getting his hands dirty. He's just been overtaken by Angelo Michel, who, Nathan, is clearly there on the push to pass early.
Oh, I love the push to pass. Just flies past them. It's quite beautiful to see, as here is the onboard of Zambra, and of course the view of him in his cockpit as they head down towards Rivage. That was scary there. Stanek over to the right, to the left-hand side. He's got all the way around the outside of Stanek. He's got to keep it there at the inside though, in towards No Name Corner. It's side by side still here between these two, and Zambra can't get ahead. He's now got Demirbas on his back as they head into Puon Corner. A little bit wide as well there for Zambra. Bit of a snap and through goes Sinan Demirbas. So not going well at all for Ciro Zambra. And it just seems like the pressure's got through him here and he just can't carve his way through like we normally expect, or normally see at least.
It's really, really kicking off early on here today. Ciro Zambra, so he's got to be so disappointed, but this is where the best drivers are made, when they're in a position where they're not comfortable, they're not leading the race. They're way down the order where they would expect to be. This is where he's got to keep his nerve and really try and catch to the back of this train and get his way back into P10. We've seen how difficult it can be in this championship when it's so close all throughout. To really hold on to your position. We've got a very nice little scrap going on between Mario Stanic and Sinan Demirbas, headed in towards the first corner. They go, lots of locking up further up the order for these guys, but that battle comes to a very swift end. Of course, we're only on lap number 3 of 22, so plenty of action left to be had. And here comes Sinan Demirbas on the rear of Mario Stanic in towards the late Com chicane. They go there wheel to wheel, headed through here. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? It will be Sinan Demirbas soaring around the outside. A very nice, well-worked move there, Nathan.
Indeed, very nice move there from Demirbas up into the top 9. And will continue working his way forward. But of course, looking back up at the front, it's Koke Lopez that leads the way. Of course, one of the drivers for TC Esports, Thibaut Courtois Esports, ahead of Mikael Schmidl in P2. And of course, a fun fact about Schmidl as well is he actually drove for FaZe Clan over in one of the R1 series, and that's just insane, isn't it? For FaZe Clan in the world of sim racing, they entered for a couple of years as well. So it's great to see drivers who are not just doing driving, they're also helping others get better, which is what we love to see. So great work from Mikael Schmidl. As here is Angelo Michel in P7 at the moment, looking to work his way forward in this one. Just trying to hopefully come home with the top 10 here. A couple of tenths ahead of Sebastian Hirsch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just all about the consistency that these drivers can have in this championship will really go a long way for them, as Mario Stanic is following in the wheel track still of Sinan Demirbas. And they've got Ciro Zambra for company in behind as well. Here's a little view of Mario Stanic. He's got couple of spectators in behind him, as there's a big puff of smoke there and a couple of drivers losing their rear. But again, they're in an environment where they're being watched in real life by people. It's all well and good streaming on the internet and then having people watch you, but to be in a situation where you've got real people watching you right behind you, as I believe Mario Stanic is back through on Sinan Demirbas, it really can be another element of the pressure, Nathan, that this championship provides.
Certainly, and I suppose that links in well with when you're in the real world of motorsport, when you've got people on the side watching you, you know, behind the barriers. So, yeah, it's another experience, isn't it? Having people actually watching you in person, knowing that people are behind you, staring at you driving, and watching for every mistake that you're making on track. Here is Mario Stanic, and over to Sebastian Hirsch, who's in P8 at the moment, doing a great job, as we can see there. Got a couple of people in the background watching him on. As he makes his way through. I love his livery as well, with the green and the yellow, the orange. Really nice livery for him. As we head our way through in towards Paul Freire once again. Lap 4 of 22, so still a lot to go in this one. And of course, another thing as well, Dan, for viewers that are just joining in, we do of course have a 122,000 Swiss franc prize pool for this, don't we? A lot of money on the line for these drivers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It really does raise the stakes in a way that these drivers can't quite comprehend. As Ciro Zambra gets through on Sinan Demirbas, he gets through on his first of, hopefully for the sake of his race and recovering what was lost at Malmedy Corner on lap number 1, many, but nevertheless, he's still driving and he's still going along. We'll see how he fares in this race. We saw on the last lap Fabrizio Donoso with a very hard hit into the wall at the second part of the Lecom chicane, and Ciro Zambra is wasting no time getting onto the rear of Mario Stanic in towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. They go. What a drone shot as well. I love this scene where these drivers are getting followed with absolute precision, and Ciro Zambra is back through on Stanic into P9. He's got a slight gap to Sebastian Hirsch in front of him, but still, Nathan, you got to say this has been a very tight-knit race. There's not very many huge gaps like we saw in RU3, particularly in RU3, and then a couple of times in RU2 earlier on. It's been a very tightly contested race.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either, because you know these drivers are way more closer in pace. I mean, the top 13 was separated by not even a second, and some of those drivers would have probably had for their pace really poor laps as well. I mean, that, you know, losing a couple of tenths here and there. So yeah, the gaps are naturally going to be closer here. It's 12 seconds the top 11, 11 seconds the top 10. It's yeah, very close, and one of those where even though Ciro Zambra looks really far out of it at the moment, with another 15 laps to go, he's still got a big opportunity to still make his way forward and maybe clinch onto a top 7 or top 8, you know, maybe even go higher. Just depends how he pans over the race now and how he can put the pace down. Of course, up at the front though, the gap's over 1.5 seconds at the moment between Lopez and Smeardall, and then of course Yannick Fletcher, very lonely and happy in third, just sitting where he is, not, you know, too bothered on making really big moves and not really too needing to defend from behind. So he's happy in third, and that's what it's about, isn't it? When you're in a position like this, in a race like this, being able to sit there and not worry about ahead or behind at that moment is perfect, because that gives you a moment just to relieve that pressure, and then when those pressuring situations come, you can prepare, and you've not just got pressure all race long, which, you know, Ciro Zambra certainly does, and that's going to be a struggle for him over the race. It's a long time to be under pressure.
And I think the main takeaway from all the viewers at home is that when you're in a race on your own simulator, you know, just getting through a race, getting through lap number 1 is the main thing. Yannick Fletcher didn't make any prolific overtakes. He just simply kept his nose clean and was able to get his way into P3. So just staying out of trouble on lap number 1 really can be a massive, massive benefit for you. As we are having a look at Mohamed Ramsey trying to follow in the wheel tracks of Marcos Valverde. These guys locked at the horns at the minute for P12. Every single position matters in this championship, especially for these two, really fighting to keep their place in RU1. Of course, Nathan, we've spoken about promotion and relegation for RU3 and RU2. There is no promotion here. This is the peak, and here comes Mohamed Ramsey feeling the pressure as he gets through on Marcos Valverde. These guys have got to fight with everything for every single point.
Indeed. A nice move there by Ramsey, goes up into P12, and of course one thing to note as well is if you're sitting there in the chat thinking, well, how can I get involved, how can I race? Well, you can. Not in RU1 straightaway, of course, but you can attend the open qualifiers for RU3 in May. It's May, I think, 14th to 22nd. Of course, you can attend to one of our lounges, either Zurich Airport, Zurich City, Munich, Madrid. You can get involved, as this is a move here from Alejandro Sanchez into P4. You can get involved that way. If you, of course, you make it top 5 in your lounge, you qualify for the RU race. Of course, if you finish top 2 in the championship for your lounge, you then get promoted up to RU2. So, if you do want to get involved, make sure you head over into Discord as well and get involved, get signed up at one of our lounges, and maybe have a chance to race in the RU Esports Series. And of course, many drivers here who are in RU1 started at RU3 and have made their way up. I mean, Ciro Zambra was in RU2 in 2022. He won that and got promoted to RU1, and now he's one of the top drivers there. There are lots of ways for you to get involved.
Absolutely, it's all about progression here. and about, you know, never getting too comfortable, always striving for more here in Racing Unleashed. And I think it really does push these drivers to the absolute limit that they can. And what better place to do it than in these brilliant lounges that we have. 4 lounges across 3 countries in Europe, 2 in Zurich, 1 in Munich, and 1 in Madrid. So please do make sure you head over to the Discord server and check out that. There will be information to the sign-ups as and when they begin in May. But yeah, RU3 is a completely open championship. Whoa, the drone pilot is having a good time here, following Sebastian Hirsch and Angelo Michel in their fight for P7. Ciro Zambra is also on the rear of this train, and in fact, Nathan, this is a very tight-knit battle to about Augustin Talashi in front of them. You know, Ciro Zambra, if he gets through on these guys, he'll have Talashi right in front of him, and then have Marinon in front of him, then Sanchez, and then he's fighting back for the podium. So it's not over here for Ciro Zambra, as we get a very nice over-the-shoulder look of these beautiful cockpits that we have here. Incredible screens in front of him, a triple monitor setup, and he's holding a fully carbon fiber rim there in what is a carbon monarch, I believe I've said that right, in a carbon monarch chassis. Just unbelievable levels of detail into these fantastic rims.
Certainly is, as we do have a little battle forming here. Mid-race, we love to see it, mid-race battles here. Sebastian Hirsch looking to go forward here, has got Agustin Talashi, who qualified in P10 in this one, and then ahead of him is Angelo Michel in P6. A great race by these 3 so far, as we head shortly in towards lap 9 of what will be 22 laps here around Spa, so nearly at the halfway point of the race. And Coque Lopez is clear out front at the moment, has got no worries about Michael Schmidl behind, and given the sort of races and the championship he's won, it takes something to not worry about Michael Schmidl, we'll put it that way. And then of course Yannick Petra as well, another very experienced driver making his way up in the levels of sim racing, up in 3rd, as that's Hirsch there looking for the move ahead of Agustin Talashi. Of course Talashi part of the TC team as a Thibaut Courtois Esports, of course his teammate Coque Lopez up in the lead, and then there's a couple of as well of the TC drivers down in RU2 and RU3. And here is Ciro Zambra, part of the Williams F1 team gaming, looking to make his way forward. Of course, I think, Dan, on pace, he's probably clear of all of these ahead of him, but I think given the pressure he's had in the first lap, you get a little bit flustered, don't you? You get a little bit of pressure and adrenaline, and it just makes it even harder to make the moves. Whereas if he started P9, he'd be able to make these moves a lot easier, I'd imagine. But also, he's going to be angry as well with what happened on that first lap. P2 would have been in the back completely, would have probably held on to it, but now he's got to fight for it. And given the fact Angelo Michel is about 3 seconds back from Enrique Marinon, you're looking at P6 at best maybe here.
Yeah, possibly. It's a real spanner in the works of what has been a near flawless season for Ciro Zambra so far. Of course, he's done a fantastic job in both real life and in sim racing over the past couple of years, and it started from nothing. Of course, we touched on it earlier. He began sim racing in 2020 just on a controller on an arcade game. It's hardly sim racing. He's just playing for fun. And then of course getting his wheel in 2021, joining Racing Unleashed in 2022, and the rest is history for Ciro Zambra there. And I think the beauty of Racing Unleashed, it's not all about the esports series. You don't need to be a pro driver to come and race in our fantastic lounges. Of course, I've said about 20,000 times on this stream, we've got 4 lounges across 3 countries in Europe. And if you want to turn up to any of them, you can book a quick ride, a 15-minute time filler. You can get 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then a 60-minute session. And of course, there is also an entry-level coaching session that you can book where you get one-to-one coaching with an in-house driver coach here at Racing Unleashed in any one of our lounges. So if you want to race in what you are seeing Ciro Zambra driving in now, and possibly one day, who knows, compete in the Racing Unleashed Esports Series, make sure you head down to one of our fantastic lounges across Zurich, Munich, and Madrid. As Ciro Zambra continues to trail on the rear of Sebastian Hirsch. Ciro Zambra, he's right in the wheel tracks here, but he's not quite close enough through Rivage, Nathan, to make a move here.
No, of course not. And along with the Formula simulators, of course, we have our GT rigs, which are there for GT3, GT4 cars, and also the McLaren Racing Simulator, which I looked at it on Google, I had a little look on YouTube as well, and that thing is insane. I really can't believe what I've seen. Of course, as it says on the thing, it's built for pros. Definitely is, but of course it's accessible to anybody. Anybody could jump into that rig and give it a go, and of course you can head over to the website. If you are interested, of course, in purchasing any of our rigs, of course you can get involved there. And there's lots of other things you can purchase as well. If you want to visit the lounges as well and book your sessions, there's lots of different types of sessions you can have. Of course, in terms of the different types of sessions, you've got 3 different packages. You've got your race day package where you can get involved in 3 30-minute racing sessions. That's a race, a qualifying, and of course a practice session before. You've got the share package where you can get a group of people together, friends, workmates, relatives, all jump in. And then of course, in terms of just the general rides, you've got 5 different options. You've got your quick ride, which is just 15 minutes. You know, you just want to try it out. You're passing by in the street and think, oh, let's give this a try. Or maybe you're going to try and bully your granddad or your nan into jumping into the rig for a go. You have your 30-minute standard ride. You know, you got a bit more of a feel for it. You want to get involved a bit more. Let's have a bit longer. Let's learn the track a bit. Then, of course, you've got your advanced session and your pro session, which are longer, 45 minutes to an hour. You can get yourself even more involved. And also, for those entry level, you also have coaching the sessions as well. You can book coaching as well. So, yes, get involved there, and of course, get better, because it's, Dan, for me and you, we're not that good at sim racing in terms of driving, so we can sit here and say, when you get a coaching session for like an hour, half an hour, whatever, it makes such a difference, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think a coach would be great value, and if you want to, Nathan, you touched on wanting to bully your nan or your granddad. They've got a birthday coming up.
True.
Get a voucher. You can find all of this over on www.racing-unleashed.com, and you can get them a voucher for your nan's 80th birthday, and then take it to one of our lounges. So yeah, plenty of packages and deals available to every level of racing, Nathan. Yep. That's the great thing, is this is a completely inclusive community, which is what sim racing should be. And I think there's plenty parts of it which are elitist, and if you're not a certain pace, then you're not worthy of talking to me. And I would really like to think that Racing Unleashed is breaking those barriers down, and really providing a friendly, open environment for people to just come and enjoy. And of course, you don't have to go and race. You can just go and talk about motorsports, talk about your lap times at home, show people your rigs. If you can't do that in person, you can do it on our Discord server. The link will be in the description, if I'm not mistaken. And then, of course, we shown the QR code a couple of times. There it is at the very top right of your screen. Make sure you head over to our Discord server as Ciro Zambra looks to make another move in this race. Sebastian Hirsch will fall to P9 as Ciro Zambra gets another one back. And there's been a slight incident further up ahead. Oh, my goodness me. That was Augustine Torlaschi losing it down there. That is a position for Ciro Zambra and Sebastian Hirsch. I think it might have been some contact with Angelo Michel, who's lost a heap of time now to Enrique Marignon in P5 in front of him, Nathan. But still drama 12 laps in.
Certainly is. There's always going to be drama here in RU1, as this is a replay of the move there from Ciro Zambra. Very well worked move to go ahead of Sebastian Hirsch. And of course, with the spin ahead for Augustine Torlaschi, now puts him up into P7, Zambra. So we're starting to make some moves. Next ahead of him will be Angelo Michel, and then he's in the top 6. He's back close to those guys who he's really going to be fighting with in terms of pace. Of course, the top 5 at the moment, it's Lopez, Schmidl, Plescher, Sanchez and Marignon. And those are a very competitive top 5 field. Very difficult to be able to race with those guys for sure. And just looking at the gap as well, Coco Lopez has consistently had a 2-second gap over Mikael Schmidl, as Matthias Sorhella goes ahead of Marcos Valverde. Of course, Matthias as well. Very quick driver, has over 10k I rating over an I rating, has won championships in the karting world, and of course, he's also part of the Williams F1 team gaming. So, Matthias, a very experienced driver in the world of sim racing. As we have just under 10 laps to go in this one, lap 13 and 22. And Zambra is on the charge again, Dan.
Once again, another position looking to be made for Ciro Zambra. He's not quite close enough this time by and won't utilise one of his overtaking opportunities with the push to pass. So he will remain in P7 for the time being, but P6 is certainly on the cards, and then he'll have a very nice stretch of fresh air to possibly close up to Enrique Marignon, who's done a fantastic job in P5 in this race as they continue on lap number 13 of 22. Can you believe that we're over halfway in this one? We're coming towards the closing fixtures, and Nathan, I gotta say, this one's gone very, very quickly. It's really been a fun event all around. We've got a couple of incidents that have been noted, but from what I can see, Nathan, there's been very few penalties actually applied, although I can see Yannick Pletcher in P3 with some avoidable contact. 5-second time penalty for him.
Oh, not good at all for Yannick Pletcher, and of course that was on lap 1. That was involved with Sanchez and Marignon, because we did see, I think it was Marignon who dropped back a couple of positions on the start, so that must have been involved with that there. So Pletcher, of course, will drop out to the podium. He'll drop down to, at the moment, maybe P5, P6, depending on how far ahead those other drivers are going to move their way up the field. Of course, Yannick Pletcher was the driver in, I'm sure he got a penalty, didn't he, in the opening race, which knocked him out of the top 3, I'm sure. If not, he either got awarded a penalty, awarded a podium from penalty, or lost the podium from penalty. I know it was one of the two. But penalties again looming around Yannick Pletcher. And then, of course, we did see Coco Lopez and Ciro Zambra has been notified, and both of the bits of contact. So turn 7, which is at the top of the hill, past the top of the hill, but down here at Lake On, has been noted, and then also down at turn 8 and turn 9 here has also been noted between those two. So we'll see what the shoes say on that. And penalties have been applied. As I say it, bang on the money, 3-second penalty to Coco Lopez for what happened down at turn 7. So he at the moment is under pressure from losing that lead.
Absolutely, he is just about ahead of Michael Schmidl, but that gap comes down and goes back up. It's a pretty unreliable set of timing that we have on the left-hand side of your screens. It is worth noting that both drivers, they were being investigated. Coco Lopez is for leaving racing room, which unfortunately was not given to Ciro Zambra. So that was when Ciro went off the circuit at the chicane and then had to rejoin. And then, of course, the contact that ensued in the next corner is a result of an unsafe rejoin, possibly. That is being investigated by the stewards at the minute. So Ciro Zambra is not completely out of the woods just yet at this point. And with the penalty being applied to Coco Lopez, that will hand the win to Michael Schmidl. As things stand at the minute, we've still got 8 laps to go in this race, Nathan. Still plenty of opportunities for drama to ensue, as Augustine Tola should be a nice shot of the Madrid Lounge, which one of the RU3 drivers and our moderator, David Sobrero, of course, winning 2 races, he put a video in of the Madrid Lounge as it is right now in the Discord. So make sure you head over there, check it out, because I was able to give it a quick little watch on my phone, and I tell you, it is you could cut the tension with a knife in there.
How great is this, Dan? So, over in the Motorsport chat as well, one of the community members is actually at Spa right now. There's a couple of, I think it looks like club car racing over there. So you've got drivers at Spa on track here, and then drivers actually there. A very sunny day in Belgium, it looks, over in the real world.
Wow.
A little bit like what it is in the UK for once. Rarely.
It's been lovely recently here in the UK, and I've heard it's been, I think Seb told us it was a very lovely day in Zurich as well. I'd imagine in Madrid it is going to be beautiful weather. It's like that year round, I'd imagine.
Spain, when isn't it nice?
I'm sure it's nice in Munich as well. But yeah, it's a beautiful day for racing across all of the nations that this league, this series represents and works with. And I'd love to hear from everyone in the live chat where in the world you are watching from, because there's, so much to really unpack as Mohamed Ramzi will get through on Sinan Demirbas, headed in towards Blanchimont. Demirbas will get his own around the outside in towards the bus stop chicane. A slight loss of the rear for Mohamed Ramzi. Demirbas will be able to slip back through and Ramsey has got another position to take here. As headed in towards turn number 1 they go. He'll go the long way round, still side by side between the pair of them. Off the exit of the corner they go, and Ramsey, oh dear, loses it, overcorrects it off the exit of turn number 1, and unfortunately sends it spinning into the wall. And that battle, Nathan, has been put to bed.
It certainly has, and he drops down to P14 now, does Mohamed Ramsey, and well, he'll have to try and work his way forward. Maybe can try and jump up ahead of Marcus Valverde if he can catch back up. And here is Yannick Pletcher at the moment in P3. Of course, penalty has been applied to him, so that podium is definitely going to be stripped away unless Sanchez and Maranon drop a couple of seconds over the next few laps. But it does seem that Yannick Pletcher will lose that podium. And I suppose it's a horrible situation here because you're in the top 3, you know that you've got a penalty loop, and it's like, oh, I don't want to push on it anymore. I've lost the podium. Is there any point? But you've just got to keep going because you never know what can happen behind it if you can get involved somewhere else. I mean, at the moment, it's 2.5 seconds, so we might just about finish ahead of Enrique Maranon.
We will see. Yannick Pletcher, there he is. Just running along at the minute. Sebastian Hirsch following in the wheel tracks of Angelo Michel just in front of him. We've got the gaps to the leader on the left-hand side of your screen, and it's still been a relatively closely contested race throughout. And I think Koke Lopez, Nathan, is actually losing a bit of time to Michael Schmidl. And if they swap positions now, I think that's just a little imperfection on the timing tower. But that is an indicator, Nathan, that they are getting very, very close at the front of the order. So Michael Schmidl, although at the minute he has got he will have the race win via way of penalty. Again, we spoke on the ego of the sim racers that you know, all across the world at every single level. He'll want to win it on the circuit.
Oh, certainly. Who wouldn't want to win it on the circuit? Of course you would. So we'll have to see what Lopez can do here in terms of just damage limitation now for this one with that penalty. Of course, Schmidl will look to inherit the win, which is very good for him. Of course, we'll put him very close to the back of Lopez in the championship. It'll only take 8 points at the moment, so it'll be even lower than that. Might be around 4 or 5 points between those two. And then, of course, with Zambra down in P6, it's going to elevate both of them ahead of him. So there's a chance that Schmidl might be right on the back of that championship lead by the time we head out to Imola next time. So lots and lots still going on here in the championship. And for those fighting up at the top, there's money up for grabs. Of course, the prize pool here, 122,000 Swiss francs is on offer, 20,000 for the champion, 13,000 for second and 9,000 for third. So there's 11k difference between first and third in the championship. So there's a lot on offer. And then, of course, as well, there's prizes and money for the races themselves. It's 3k Swiss francs for first, 2 for second, and then 1,200 for third. And it drops all the way down to just 150 Swiss francs for 10th place. So all those in the top 10 still take home a little bit of prize money.
Absolutely. And I think that really is, it really is brilliant that everyone, you know, in the top 10 will be rewarded for their efforts. So it's important for these drivers, you know, who have, yeah, they're not fighting for the win at this point in the race. Think about the battle we're seeing on screen, actually, between Angelo Michel, Sebastian Hirsch and Augustin Tuolashi. They're not fighting for the race win, but they're still fighting for just that little bit extra prize money, which can go a long way in funding a new rim that you want, or a new set of pedals, or a karting day where you know, get to race with some of the best in your country. So it really does go a long way for these drivers, and you can see how much they want it by the way that Sebastian Hirsch is attacking on Angelo Michel. He can't quite find the move, headed in towards the Lecom chicane. It was nice defensive work from Angelo Michel. Augustin Tuolashi slightly behind this train at the moment, but still he's got the best seat in the house to witness this battle. Off the exit of No Name and in towards Pouan. I love this onboard shot, Nathan. Gotta say, Pouan is one of the best corners in the world. I love it, and I think that is one of the reasons why Spa is such a great choice for the race today.
Certainly, it's a brilliant corner, and it's one of those, if you get it right, the flow is perfect. If you get it wrong, however, it's a race ender, so I don't like that part, but if I get it right, it's perfect. Beautiful corner, and the same goes with many corners on the track. I mean, I do love as well Eau Rouge and Radion. Perfect sequence of corners, of course. In these Formula cars, it's easy to make your way up the hill quite well, but of course, in GT cars, it's such a task to get through there flat out. You've got to force a car up there without losing the rear. So, yes, it does become a task in other forms of motorsport for sure. As here is Yannick Pletcher, P3 at the moment, ahead of Alejandro Sanchez. Of course, missed out last time in round 2, but he's back here for round 3. Was P3 in the first race, so you'd imagine he'll be fighting for the podium. Has got it at the moment due to penalties, and if the penalties go his way even further, because Coque Lopez is still under investigation for something else, there's also a chance he could inherit a P2 maybe.
Absolutely. And, you know, these stewarding decisions will go on after we go off the air, and all of our results will only be provisional. So that is something to take note of, as Yannick Pletcher, he's closing up to the rear of Michael Schmidl. A very nice livery that Yannick has got on his car. He's got hashtag Team Pletcher written along the halo. So if you're hashtag Team Pletcher, please do let us know in the chat, and let us know if you're supporting any of the other drivers on the grid, or if you're just here for the love of racing. Because I gotta say, whilst I do know a good few of these names on this RU1 grid, I think just being here, witnessing what fantastic racing that we have had here today across all 3 of our categories here in the RU Esports series, it has been a great day of racing, and I hope everyone at home has really enjoyed it. The same goes for everyone in the live lounges, Nathan. We saw the massive screen at the Zurich City Lounge, where all of the family and friends, and maybe just people passing by who have popped their head in the door, seen everyone waiting and watching this event. You know, it could just be random passerbys. So I hope everyone at home, whilst they probably can't hear us in the lounge, I hope they've all enjoyed.
Yes, certainly. I think everybody has. From what we saw here down in the commentary box, it's been a superb day of racing. And of course, I'd imagine as well, the families and relatives and friends of the drivers that are there as well have enjoyed it too. Watching their fellows race here on track. And here is Sebastian Hirsch, P8 at the moment. So I know earlier he did have a couple of people in behind watching him. So I wonder if they're still there keeping an eye on him, or if they've moved on. If you're just a general viewer, you know, they'll have a walk down, look at all the different rigs, look at all the different drivers. You might as well when you've got the time to, for sure. Especially over a 22-lap race. It's around 40 to 45 minutes. You've got more than enough time to have a look at what everybody's doing on track. And the battle here continues on as Yannick Pletcher on the back of Michael Schmidl. And actually, that gap has flown down here. So I'm not sure if Schmidl's made a mistake, but Yannick Pletcher is all over the back of him there. That gap's only around 0.7 of a second. So, Dan, this is where the push to pass comes in. And I mean, give us a bit of a rundown for those that are new. What is push to pass? What does it do for the drivers on track?
It's effectively, if you want to treat it like you're a, like you're a child back in the day, it's like a mushroom in Mario Kart. You just press it and you get that little bit of speed boost down the straightaway or wherever you want. And here's a great example of it. Yannick Pletcher, I believe, is on the button and is looking to the outside line of Blanchimont on the rear of Michael Schmidl. He's made the move stick. And there he is, up into P2. And these guys are still closing down Coque Lopez. We are now onto the penultimate lap of this race. But yes, they get 8 deployments of the push to pass per race. And that is it. It's not like a battery that you can recharge. And it's not like a stipulation where you have to be within a second of someone to use it. You just press one of those many buttons on that beautiful carbon fiber rim that Yannick Pletcher is piloting right now. And of course, you can buy any of these products that you are seeing for your own home rig, headed over on the Racing Unleashed website. And there's Michael Schmidl once again, Nathan, using that push to pass to retake P2 in this race and get back ahead of Yannick Pletcher.
Certainly, and with the way the gaps are going, because they are fluctuating quite a lot, it's at 3.7 seconds here. So there's a big chance that maybe Lopez can hold on to the win with the penalty, which would be insane if he could hold on to that, given the fact he's had a 3-second penalty. Will just show the level he is here on track above everybody else. Of course, Pletcher has the penalty going towards him of 5 seconds, so he'll drop down below Alejandro Sanchez, I would imagine. But of course, you might as well have a battle with Michael Schmidl. Why not? You've got nothing to lose in that sense. So those two having a great battle out on track here for P2 as we are on lap 21 now, Dan, so not long to go until we look to call that checkered flag. And Coque Lopez at the moment seems he just about has enough to keep ahead. But I have noticed another penalty, well, not another penalty, sorry, another report has come through for Lopez down at turn 9, and this time it's on him for avoidable contact. So 3 reports, one's been given a penalty, 2 are still yet to be decided.
Yeah, so we will see what happens with Koke Lopez and those penalties, although that is the lap 1 incident as well, down at turn number 9 for contact with Ciro Zambra. Enrique Marignon gets the fastest lap, and it is immediately taken away by Ciro Zambra. Those two are very close on circuit right now as well. They are 5th and 6th position. Here is Michał Schmidl rising to the top of Radeon for the final time in this race. He's put a very nice gap to Yannick Pletcher in behind, and at the front of your screen, the forefront of your picture, there is Koke Lopez, Nathan, who, after all the drama of the start of this race, has been uncontested, really.
Of course, I did see somebody in the chat as well saying what happened with Yannick Pletcher. What did he do? The penalty was given for avoidable contact on the first lap. So, of course, imagine if we can maybe get a replay of it as Tulashi goes off the circuit on the final lap. He's there with Sebastian Hirsch, so close together. Will Hirsch go back ahead? He will. Oh dear me, Tulashi into the barriers temporarily, rejoins back behind Mario Stanek, but that was a big hit for Agustin Tulashi.
The contact with the wall actually set him in the right direction. I think it gave him a pretty optimal line for the corner, so Tulashi will be counting his blessings after this one. We go from one TC driver to another, Koke Lopez. There he is in your picture. He has been uncontested, but he's been involved in some drama. The stewards will be taking a look at this race for him. But for now, through the final corners comes Koke Lopez. It is a lights to flag victory from pole position for him to come across the line. Koke Lopez will take victory at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps here in RU1. You can see what that means to him there. Massive celebrations as Michał Schmidl comes home in P2, and it's Yannick Pletcher rounding out your top 3.
Indeed. Great drive from those, as we'll see the penalties come through for Pletcher and Lopez. We'll see whereabouts that drops them, as there is Michał Schmidl. He's very happy in his car. Of course, P2, as it stands, I think he was over 3 seconds away, so I think that Lopez for now will keep on to that victory. As there is Yannick Pletcher, very happy indeed.
See what that means to him there, Nathan. He's
lovely,
absolutely chuffed with his performance. I think all of these drivers can be today. Yeah, no, he's very pleased and getting all the congratulations that he deserves. Yeah, fantastic day of racing from all 3 of our tiers. And we will have a look just in a couple moments' time about the provisional results. And for Michał Schmidl, I think, Nathan, he's in the best position out of the top 3, because he knows that he can't sink lower than 2nd position. He's had no reports whatsoever. But if Koke Lopez, that penalty comes back, as he's getting congratulations, is Koke Lopez there? If it does come back as a penalty, it'll be Schmidl taking the win.
Certainly could be. There's a couple of our drivers, and that's Pletcher. I think that's Pletcher, isn't it, being talked to by one of the race control members. And what a great race that was. And, you know, you see earlier with the driver's emotions, and that's one thing you don't get online. Whereas here you see the actual emotion of the drivers, the happiness, the sadness, the anger. That's one thing you don't get online. So it's great to see that from the drivers, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. These live reactions that we're getting from these drivers, all the good and the bad, are very, very special to see. I mean, it's been a great day of racing. Yannick Pletcher, you can see just how happy he is and the way he's holding his demeanour, and everyone congratulating him, and he's talking to friends and family. It's brilliant. And got a little note in the in our commentators chat, Nathan, that Ciro's already left the building.
Yeah, not happy, is he, with that? That's what we've been told as well. Not good for him, and of course, not the best race, and that was due to contact on the opening lap. And Michał Schmidl seems very happy, doesn't he? Very happy. And with that P2, of course, there's still potentiality for it to change around, and maybe he can get promoted to the win, but of course, we'll have to wait and see with that. But no, great driven race by him, and hopefully we'll get a chat with some of our podium sitters very, very shortly, Dan. But Oh, what a way to end off the day in terms of racing. Really great. And of course, just shows, you know, we saw RU3 where it's drivers who are developing, there's more mistakes happening, there's more contact. Whereas here, it's a lot more strategy focused. The drivers are a lot more consistent, the gaps are closer. And a lot of these drivers in RU1 came from where RU3 are now. So they've got a lot to kind of watch along. And maybe in a year's time, or even less than that, some of those drivers at the bottom in RU3 can move their way up.
Absolutely. It's really something special that these guys have risen through the rankings, and then they're fighting at the very top. But we are ready to speak to P3 in this race. Yannick Pletcher. Yannick, can you hear me, my friend?
I can hear you guys.
First and foremost, congratulations on a fantastic race. Talk us through what it means to you to finish on the podium today.
Yeah, it means truly a lot. I mean, coming back to back on the podium is really amazing, and I made some progress, but my qualifying pace was not that good, so I need to work on that, of course. But like the race went really well. I also got lucky that Koke and Zero had a crash, so I made up 2 places right away. So yeah, and then it was all about managing pace. I tried to stress Michael's middle there, but it didn't go as planned. But congrats to him, really good pace, and yeah, overall quite happy.
Oh no, we can see it on your face and the way that you've been interacting with everyone around you. I mean, what does it mean that you are, you know, what does it mean to you that you can be in this place with all your family and friends around you, and then be able to talk to them right after you've had a race?
Yeah, it's truly something special here at Racing Unleashed that we have. That's a LAN event overall, and it's just amazing. So yeah, that everyone can get here and watch me race. It's just truly amazing. And yeah, you train with your friends, and it's just amazing overall.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Yannick. Just one more thing from you. Imola next time by. How are you feeling for that?
I'm feeling really good. I will practice a bit more for that. So I'm really looking forward to it. And yeah, it's a really nice track overall.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you so much for coming along here. And congratulations on your P3 today.
Thank you.
So we are ready to head over to Munich now, Nathan, to speak with Michael Schmiedel.
Indeed. Michael, welcome in. Can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Perfect. So we saw the emotion after the race, looking very happy after what was a very hard race in Spa. Of course, as I was saying earlier in commentary, it's a track that everybody knows, Spa, so it's always difficult to get, you know, one over somebody else. So heading into it, what was the sort of preparation, knowing that everybody around you would be on that pace as well?
The thing with preparation is, like, I arrive on Friday, so it's always like a limiting factor. But we tried a few races with the guys here in the lounge yesterday, so that was kind of helpful. And obviously, I kept it clean. It was a pretty lonely race. It was basically like, let's say, about the push-to-pass strategy. So I was like, yeah, more wiser than last time out. And yeah, happy with P2. And yeah, I was smiling because I tried to enjoy it more, whatever the results are, you know. I have nothing to prove to myself anymore. So yeah, so it's more like a fun part for me, the sim racing stuff in general now.
Of course, and a lot of drama between Zambra and Lopez as well up at the front of the field. So with all that going on, it's, you know, maybe helping you in terms of getting a little bit closer to that championship lead. I mean, how does that feel, knowing that you're probably going to be a lot closer than you were heading into this round?
Oh yeah, that is quite reasonable, I would say. Obviously, I was in the front row when that collision happened. I would have to see the replay, obviously, to make an opinion on that. But yeah, I will leave it to the stewards, and in the end, P2 is a decent result, and let's see how they're gonna handle the whole situation, because yeah, they need to look at it like quite carefully, I would say. It was probably marginal stuff, but you know, let's see.
Of course, and one last question, of course, next time off to Imola in Italy, what's your thoughts headed into that one?
Well, it's pretty straightforward for me. It is going to be only about the quali because the overtaking is going to be like super difficult. So yeah, whoever nails the quali probably going to win the race. So it's simple as that.
Of course. Well, Mikael, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the P2, and hopefully we'll see you next time as well in Imola. So have a good one, mate.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice rest of the day.
You too.
Thank you very much, Michal. We are ready now to head over to Madrid to speak with Koke Lopez. Koke, how are you doing after that race?
Well, not so happy, of course, because of what happened in the first lap. Besides that, as Smidl said, it was a race about trying to do your pace and the push-to-pass strategy. Of course, when something like this happens, even if you win or lose, my feeling is not the best one, because with Zero, the truth is that he's been brilliant for these 3 races in terms of pace. I think he's the fastest. So I would have liked to enjoy a lot a battle with him, especially in this track, because I think I could put a good fight to him in terms of race pace, even though in the training sessions I was a bit slower than him. But yeah, it is what it is. I want to say sorry to Zero for that. It was a difficult action, I think, because I lost a bit the rear. Also, I wasn't expecting Zero to come from off track ahead of me, because there are the bumps, the sausages. So I thought he was gonna lose more time. So when I was losing the car a bit and I saw Zero going a bit in the line, he was not in the line. So if I did a perfect line, I could have avoided it, but I lost the rear in the exit of the previous corner. So yeah, it's a shame for that, because I think it's unfair for Zero. It's true that maybe it could have been handled a bit different, different from both of us, because my reaction probably was because I didn't expect him to come in the line again. But yeah, if I take any penalty or not, which I don't know if there's anything, or we will have to wait until official results, I will accept it, because it's a difficult one to judge. And hope to fight better in the next one. Also, I know it's Zero's favorite track, so he will be very fast there. And also, congrats to Smidl and Pletcher, especially Smidl, because with the little amount of practice he put this season, he's still been amazing every race in the podium. Well, Barcelona no, but he was in the pace to be there. So yeah, congrats to them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a fantastic day of racing from yourself, of course. What was the atmosphere like in the Madrid lounge? We saw a video from David Sobrero at one point during the race, and it was completely silent. Surely that was the most focused you've ever been.
Yeah, I went into Zen mode, kinda. So I was basically trying to do quali laps every single lap, because I knew in case of penalty, any single tenth I could gain to my rivals could be beneficial for me. So it was quite a stressful one. Actually, when I crossed the line without knowing the result, I was just celebrating because of the hard work I put and how stressful has been this race in terms of pace. So yeah, happy about my performance, not at all about first lap, as I said, but on to the next one.
Yeah, well, congratulations, mate. It was a fantastic run from yourself and the rest of the field. Go and enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you. See you in the next one. We'll be a long Sunday afternoon in the road for 4 hours driving.
Thank you so much, Koke, for joining us. We will let you get away and enjoy that victory. But now, Nathan, we've got a very, very special interview. We don't normally do these. We are headed back to Zurich to speak to Zero Zambra, Nathan.
Of course, Zero, welcome in. Of course, we can see not happy after what happened in that one. Of course, first lap, things were very chaotic. I mean, from your point of view, what happened? Because Koke did say in the interview that, he was sorry for what happened, but, what kind of happened from your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, of course, frustrating. Qualifying didn't quite go to plan. I had a massive slide. I think I lost 2 tenths in qualifying. But I knew second place wouldn't be that bad for the start, because the straight is so long. You can literally gain a lot of time. And then going into Le Combe, we were driving side by side. And from my point of view, I got pushed off track. So that's when I cut across the track then, came back in, and from my, what I saw, I didn't see the radar that Koke is right behind me. So he was slotted in behind me from my radar. And then, yeah, all I noticed is that I got spun. And from there on, it was a comeback race. I know the pace was there to win it today. And yeah, it's a bit frustrating, of course, but the championship is still long, so a lot to go.
Definitely, and of course, once you obviously rejoined back, I think it was in around 10th place. I mean, it did seem like at first it was a difficult way to move forward. I mean, was there a bit of frustration at that point for you after what happened?
No, of course there was frustration, but I just tried to stick behind, let the others use to push the pass, so I had more then, and that's how I got past them. I know if I would have fighted it from the start, it would have been even more chaotic, and I don't want to risk getting a penalty. So that's what I chose to do, and then I think, I'm not quite sure, but I think I got the fastest lap, so an extra point.
Of course, and still top 3 in the standings heading into Imola. I mean, what's the thoughts heading into that one? We spoke to Mikael earlier on, and he said it's a qualifying track. So is that the same for you in that perspective? Get up to the front of the field and try and lead from there?
Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for Imola. It's my favorite track, and I will give it my best there. I really look forward to it also, because you can't overtake that easy on Imola, so it's more of a quali track. Yeah, he's right there.
Definitely. Well, Sierra, thanks for jumping in for a quick interview, and of course we wish you the best of luck for Imola next time, mate. Have a good one, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
There we go, Dan. Great to speak to Zero there. And I think if I finished P6 after being taken out on lap 1, I wouldn't want to interview. I'd be a lot more angry. I'm glad he had a smile on his face by the time we ended off the interview.
Absolutely. As here are the standings pending any stewards' inquiries. And you can see they swap around at the top of the order. Koke Lopez will be leading the way after his win on 95 points ahead of Cyril Zambra, second on 83, who next event out will be at his favourite circuit. Michael Schmiedel maintains P3 in this championship, with Yannick Pletcher in 4th. Enrique Marignon just 4 points behind him in 5th position, and then 6th is Sebastian Hirsch with Alejandro Sanchez in 7th. 8th is Angelo Michel, 9th Augustin Torlashi, and then Mario Stanic rounding out the top 10 on 33 points. Sinan Demirbas is 11th, and 12th is Marcos Valverde, and then 13th Matias Orwella with Fabrizio Donoso in 14th position on 17 points. Mohamed Ramsey is 15th on 16 points, and then Simone Etzi and Sergio Sobrino rounding out the grid. They were not present here today, unfortunately. But Nathan, that, I believe, is everything that we have left to cover for this one. It has been a fantastic event, you have to say.
Of course it has been, and next time out we head off to Imola, a track I love. It's actually my favourite track. I don't know why, I just love Imola. Superb track, so I can't wait to be back for that. And of course, RU3, we don't know what they're racing at yet until the Friday before. So if we get the selections like we had today, Brands Hatch and Hungaroring, 2 that I don't think I would have expected, I'm really hoping we can get something like that. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, Nathan. And of course, if you want to take part in RU3, make sure that you head over to our Discord server to keep up to date with all the information on the open sign-ups, which should be 2 weeks before the next event. I believe you said 14th of May, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah,
14th or 22nd.
Sure. One of those two. Make sure you do head over to our Discord server and check all of that out. Of course, we will be back live here on the 24th of May for the 4th event of the championship, and of course it is at the aforementioned Imola. But thank you everyone so much for tuning in to this brilliant race. Round number 3 is in the books, and we will see you next time for round number 4. Thank you everyone, we'll see you later.